Manny. Thank you so much, Russell. Good morning, folks. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference, moderated by me, William Isla Jr. from the DHHL office, Halepono'i, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Wednesday, January the 20th, 2021, and the time is now 9:33 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's 17th proclamation related to the COVID emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through February 15, 2021, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portion of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awo. Commissioner Awo is excused and will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'upu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Neves.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Aye.
Chair Isla.
Aye.
8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Leah. There are 7 public testimonies received yesterday. All were related to item G2. Testimonies were added to the Commissioner's Cloud folders. F1, thank you for your comments, Commissioner Neves. We will take F1 later in the agenda. Randy's going to join us a little bit later, and Gigi emailed and the staff forwarded an email from Randy regarding the Kanehili Park. I hope you all got that. Oh, okay, Commissioner Kapu, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. Just a housekeeping matter, Chair. I'm not sure how long today's session is going to last, but yesterday we kind of ran through the entire day. I'd like to suggest that if we are going to run past lunch, that we take maybe a half an hour break so everybody can get lunch and be able to think more clearly.
Okay.
But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. I know that we're scheduled around noontime to do executive session. That might be a good time to have lunch while we work through lunch, if you guys don't mind today. And in the future, then we'll try to schedule some.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. There was, about the public testimony. Is there any comments on the public testimony submitted yesterday? No. Okay. Thank you. So we'll go to the planning office. Agenda item G1.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. Item G1, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves a $1 million allocation from the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, also known as NERF, to fund the following organizations for project implementation grant for COVID-19 relief projects and for regional plan priority project grants. With me today, I have Gigi Kyrell, our grant specialist, who will be taking us through the submittal.
Before you start, Gigi, can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved. Second.
Russell. Okay, proceed.
Aloha, good morning, Commissioners. Gigi Kyrell with the Planning Office. Just a little summary. The focus of this round of grants is on COVID-19 relief projects and also the regional plan priority projects. The COVID grant is intended to rapidly deploy resources to beneficiaries who address basic needs in housing, food security, health, and safety. The regional plan priority grant is intended to help beneficiaries to lead and implement their priority projects that are identified in a commission-approved regional plan. This year, we received an overwhelming amount of grant applications, almost 3 times what we normally receive in any grant cycle in the recent years. For COVID, we received 16 applications, regional plan grants. We also coincidentally received 16 applications. For COVID, the total amount requested was $2.5 million. This total is 5 times the $500,000 budget that we allocated. 2 applications were received after the grant deadline. 1 application had missing items. All 3 were contacted and a follow-up letter was sent. So we ended up with 13 complete applications that were forwarded to the Grants Review Committee. Given the department's receipt of a high demand for this particular grant, reviewers are recommending to fund organizations and projects that are the most ready to implement immediate relief on the ground to address basic needs and can hit the ground running. For the regional plan grant, the total amount requested was $1.3 million. This total is almost triple the $500,000 budget allocation we have for the regional plan grant. 1 application was received after the grant deadline. 2 applications had missing items. So a total of 13 was forwarded on to the Grants Review Committee. Again, given the department received twice as many grant applications in this cycle, reviewers are recommending to fund organizations and projects that have not received DHHL trust grants before to give others a chance for an initial investment in their project and an opportunity to leverage the DHHL funds. That was one of the factors that the review committee took into account after they received the overwhelming amount of grant applications. So with that, the information in the submittal, there's a table with all the applications, what they asked for, and there's individual pages on the write-up for each application. So with that, any questions?
Good questions from the commission for Gigi or Andrew? Patty?
Hi, Gigi. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay.
Yes.
So, regarding these grants, I have a question on page 7 on your grant application funding recommendations. I noticed that you have Boys and Girls Club of Hawaii and then Helping Hands Hawaii. Is this can you explain that? Is this because they're on Hawaiian Homes land or something, or are they requesting funding from DHHL?
So Boys and Girls Club, their request was from the Nanakuli and Waianae clubs, and their application was basically to operate their current program. Boys and Girls Club also applied for both COVID and the regional plan grant, and the applications were exactly the same. So there really wasn't any, anything special in regards to assisting beneficiaries. The other thing that we found interesting with their application is that they say that they service at least half of their clients are beneficiaries, yet there was no support letters from any of the Homestead associations, nor from individual beneficiaries giving feedback about their program. So it was difficult to tell what their level of reach is to beneficiaries. And then their entire $200,000 budget, or most of it, was all going to salaries for personnel. So it was all operational costs. It was difficult to rate them based on that. Helping Hands, on the other end, most of the $200,000 budget is going directly to financial assistance with rent, mortgage, utilities. I also asked Helping Hands if they would extend their program to our beneficiaries to cover association homeowner dues, because we've been getting requests from associations that homeowner dues have been impacted. And Helping Hands is very willing and wants to collaborate with us. They want to start a relationship with us. Their program is about 10 years old, emergency assistance. They've also been under contract with OHA for 6 years, offering similar financial assistance programs. They've partnered with Catholic Charities and also with Hawaiian Community Assets. So their application was very tight and focused and realistic.
Thank you. Gigi, this might be a off-the-wall question, but I gotta ask because I understand that last year 2020 and this year 2021, the state legislature are not giving out grant and aid because of the lack of funding, because of mostly the lack of funding. So grant and aid is not on the table for no nonprofits. So I'm curious how we, the department, are moving forward in issuing out grants at this time.
Yes, that's been my understanding, that grant and aid is practically non-existent. We are funding these grants under our Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, under NERF. The regional plan grant is a regular grant that we offer every once in a while. This COVID grant is actually new, and it's a response, to the needs of the beneficiaries. So we felt it was important to offer something to provide some relief on COVID. But the good thing is that our source is NERF, so it's our own funds that we have control over.
Okay,
in addition, just wanted to add one more thing.
Last one is, just my last one before I forget, is that if we don't use it by fiscal year, do we lose it? Is it lapse fund? Just out of curiosity. This NERF.
No. We have current grants that have been extended over 4 or 5 years.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to add on, Commissioner Tarulia, these grants come from our trust funds, so they do not lapse. If it's not used, it goes back to the trust fund. Also, just wanted to add that the money allocated for the grant was approved in the overall commission budget, in the overall departmental budget, which the commission approved in June. So we are acting on implementing the budget that the commission set forth in June.
Okay. So yeah, and I'm just asking questions because it was submitted in June, and so this year is 2021, and I'm just curious about how this moved forward. But thank you for that clarification, Andrew.
Okay, Andrew, thank you. David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrew and Gigi. Question, I note that in the COVID box, we kind of heavily weighted just a few with about 200,000 each, and then it looks like when we went to the other projects, it was kind of split more evenly among more associations. So I guess my question is it because those were the best proposals that were received, so we decided to front load those with more money, or was there I don't know what the reason is. I'm just trying to see why we didn't spread it around to more groups, since there was such a lot of requests that had come in. Thank you.
The COVID grants, it is a new grant, so we're trying it out. The maximum award is 200,000, whereas the regional plan grant is 100. So part of it was a function of budget. Each program has 500,000 in its budget. So with 200,000 per award, it doesn't go very far. And secondly, these are the best proposals. Many of the other proposals, one of the strategies we're looking at is to better understand the applicant's relationship to beneficiaries. And many of them in the COVID grant, did not show how they've reached out or even what the demand is from beneficiaries. So that was a big factor that we took into account. And some of the programs proposed in the COVID grant were new. The idea for this COVID relief is to provide immediate relief. We want organizations to hit the ground running. So that was the other factor, is we were looking for the most ready, that from day one of the grant, they can actually provide the assistance. Many of the COVID grant applications had startup or ramp up times, and they were new programs that were not tested. So it was difficult to determine their effectiveness. Whereas with the Ready to Go programs, Helping Hand's been running for 10 years. Molokai Farmers been running there since day one. Once a month, they do a food kit, meal kit, clothing giveaway. I mean, they got it down pat. So those really were the three ones that rose to the top. Same thing with the regional plan grants. We were looking at timing. Will this money help them, jumpstart their project? And for the regional plan grant, the maximum was 100. So we were able to, fund 5, given the budget of 500,000.
Yeah. So the only concern is whether or not our reach is going to be limited because of the limited amount of money that we have, and our kind of front loading just a fewer groups as opposed to spreading it out. But if what you're saying is that these are the best, and this is the best reach that we're going to have, I'm okay with that. On the other on the regional plan ones, I note that there's a grant to Pana'ewa Farmers Alliance, and I just want to make sure that this is not the group that we are still trying to sort out issues with.
This is not the group that we are sorting out issues with. That would be the Pana'ewa Hawaiian Homelands Community Association. This is a separate group that represents the agricultural lessees in Pana'ewa. It's yes.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit sensitive to that, only because we've kind of had to go through this. So I just wanted to be sure. So if this is a different group, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
And just as a note on speaking of reach, the COVID grant, so Molokai Farmers that's available to Molokai. Helping Hands their reach is going to be statewide. Their programs are going to be statewide. And the Waimanalo Aquaponics Group that we're recommending for funding, they have been engaged with Pa'upena on Maui and Pi'i Honua in Hilo. They've been talking for a long time on how to help them get their project started. So this grant comes at a good time. Waimanalo has been wanting to expand their aquaponics program. So they are going to be training and setting up both on Maui and in Hilo. So they're reaching out as well. It's not just going to be isolated to Waimanalo. And then lastly, I'm sorry, the last email that I asked Leah to forward, there's been this question on Kanehili about their park. We are recommending a regional plan grant for them. I have confirmed with Randy Akau, the board president, that the park will be accessible to the area homesteads and the general public. So it is not being contemplated as a private park. Part of this clarification came up because recently they obtained their federal IRS 501c3 status, and they have been advised that they can, as a 501c3 charitable organization, they must make their programs available broadly. It cannot be limited just to the homeowners in the subdivision. So I did get that in writing from Randy Akau, and that's the email that I asked Leah to forward to you folks.
Okay, Zachary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrew and Gigi. I have a question. For those that did not get any funding for this COVID-19 relief funds, were they notified as to why they wasn't given the grant? And was there any recommendation as to what where they could be directed to for future grants. So I was just curious because I know there was a limited amount of funds, so, but then I noticed some of them did not receive any. So, yes.
Yes, standard procedure is after commission makes decisions, we do send a notice, a written notice to every applicant, whether they got awarded or not. So they will be notified, everyone will be notified. As far as referring them to other places, we provide some informal information, but that goes back to, how much we know of other sources. This is a difficult, challenging time. So I'm not surprised we got the number of applications we got. A lot of funders, there's not a lot out there. And as Commissioner Taruro mentioned earlier, the grant in aid has been kind of non-existent the last couple of years. So it all around for all nonprofits, it's getting harder and harder to find funding sources.
Thank you, Gigi.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gigi. Just a few questions. So, with regards to this COVID relief projects, is this grant opportunity just for this one period, or do we anticipate going out for more grant applications like next year?
That is subject to the Commission's approval of the fiscal year 2022 budget. If the Commission so chooses to approve a budget with that includes monies for grants, then we could move ahead with a future solicitation in the next year.
Okay, yeah, because the as far as the regional plan projects, those have been ongoing, and my understanding is there's some projects that have gone more than a year.
Yes, the regional plan grant. Yeah, the regional plan grant is a grant we offer regularly.
Okay.
And many projects do, because they're development facility projects, they do tend to go on for 4 to 5 years or more. Again, because of the nature of development.
Okay, thank you. And I did want to share with regards to the Keaukaha Pane'ewa Farmers Association. So yeah, the president there is Maile Lu'uvai. That's their association, and just FYI, they've been holding regular workshops, yeah, on their master planning. I did sit in on one of the workshops and just want to let everyone know that they're very proactive in this regional plan project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I just want to acknowledge that Randy has joined us, and then go to Patty next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One last question. Anyway, Miley Lu'uvai, she's one of the experts in OHA that administers grants. But anyway, my question to you, Gigi, you're the expertise in grants. I salute you very much. Do you think, and so these grant recipients, are they required to turn in their vendor Hawaii Compliance Express?
Yes, because this is a formal state procurement, we are required to follow state law. So the Compliance Express is required at the time of application, at the time of contract, and at final payment. So there are 3 times we are required to get a compliance certificate.
So do you believe that in any time that we put out, whether it's a pilot program on the item that's going to be coming up on LMD, new vocational permit, that part of the requirement should be requesting a Hawaii Compliance Express for vendors?
I would have to defer to LMD. I'm sorry.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know on the land side, what they're required, but because of our grants program is based on state procurement law, we are required to obtain the certificate. In regards to land dispositions or permits from the department, I'm not familiar with their rules.
Okay, well, you just mentioned how important the Hawaii vendors compliance is, and that's one of the recommendations that I truly believe the vendor Hawaii compliance certificates are in place by the state of Hawaii for a reason, to cover all the taxes and every requirement whenever you're receiving, whether it's land or grants. But thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Other commissioners, any other questions for Gigi on G1? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. We'll go to G2.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Aloha Commissioners, item G2, recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission accept this beneficiary consultation report as the official record of beneficiary issues, questions, concerns, and comments regarding the Waioli Kalo Farmer Hui request for water lease from the Department of Land and Natural Resources on the island of Hawaii in the Ahupua'a of Waioli. And that, two, the Commission authorized the chairman to seek programs for DHHL beneficiaries from the Waioli Kalo Farmer Hui during the DONR water leasing process. And three, take other actions as necessary to effectuate this.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Can I get a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Commissioners, with me today, I have Dr. Jonathan Mikeke Schroyer, who will walk you through the submittal.
Aloha, Commissioners. Good morning.
Good morning.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Pleasure to be with you. And I'll be brief. You actually had a long presentation about this matter in October, hearing from some of the kalo farmers as well as some of the law students with the Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law. So I'll just briefly refresh your memory in walking through the presentation. Andrew has summarized what we're requesting: approval of the BC report, as well as authorizing the chairperson in lieu of receiving lease revenue, seeking educational benefits for beneficiaries from the Waioli Kalo Farmers Hui. It's actually appropriate that the previous action item, the grants under the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, came right before this item. Water leases and the lease revenue from sugar lands are the source of revenue for the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. That's part of the original act, Section 213, which was negotiated by Kuhio when there was a refusal in the territorial legislature to provide general tax funds for the establishment of the Hawaiian Homelands Program. That funding now goes into the NHRF, and it has been significantly declining over the years. And it's been a focus of advocacy work under the Water Policy Plan to try and increase the revenue from NHRF to NHRF, particularly from water leases. So I just want to be really clear, what we're asking for is really unusual, that we're asking for no revenue from this one rather than revenue which we're pursuing very hotly on all the other water leases that the state is issuing. But the reason we're doing this, we've described the Waioli Kalo farmers as a bit of a unicorn. What they're trying to do is, first of all, an in-stream use, not a diversion out of the watershed. They are trying to exercise traditional and customary practices. Their uses are largely non-commercial, and they are actually, quite a few of the members are beneficiaries themselves. In addition, as was reviewed in October, there's no ready physical way to get any water from Waioli, Kauai on the North Shore, and Halelea to our nearest lands at Moloa'a and Anahola. And there's other better sources of water next to our lands at Moloa'a or Anahola. So the planning office on your behalf continues to advocate for the rights of beneficiaries to revenue and the Department to revenue from water leases, as well as to water reservations. But in this particular case, our recommendation that we presented to beneficiaries during the beneficiary consultation was not to seek that for these reasons. About 30 people showed up to the virtual meeting. Support for our recommendation was unanimous and vocal and moving from a wide diversity of folks in the Kauai community. Commissioner Nevis, I believe, was also at that meeting as well and might speak to it during the discussion. But in any case, we've done the beneficiary consultation. The support for our recommendation was unanimous, and we seek your approval of that beneficiary consultation report and the authorization to the chairman. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, Chair, this is Dennis. Yes, I was in the beneficiary consultation, and there was a unanimous approval of this move. A lot of our beneficiaries who live in the Anahola, Moloai area actually work those lo'is out in the Waiole area. So I support it 100%. They are already reached out to some of our nonprofits, KKOA, and did a huli exchange, and we actually gave that out to folks throughout the community. Everybody's pretty excited about it. So we're looking forward to that partnership and that educational benefit for our folks here on the Anahola side. As you know, I'm doing Upland Taro, and I look forward to working with them on huli exchange and getting our youth and our kapunas back into cultivating our upland taro on this side as they do their wetland on that side. So it's a good connection. People are excited about it, and I'm at 100% approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Other commissioners, questions or comments? Go ahead, David.
Thank you. Dennis, is there already a process where some of the kalo that's harvested from the lo'i is delivered to maybe some of the older kupuna in various homesteads?
Jonathan, you might be able to answer that.
Yeah, so quite a bit of the kalo produced by the Waiole kalo farmers is actually milled in the neighboring ahupua'a of Waipaw at their community poi days, and is then hand delivered to kupuna around the island. And I happened to be Waipaw's first intern back in 1995. So I'm very familiar with this poi delivery process, and the whole project was actually established as poi prices were increasing to keep poi available as a daily food, with the primary emphasis on those who had grown up eating poi and who were being cut off due to market forces. But there's many others who also receive kalo, but particularly kupuna. And
Yeah,
so
thank
this
you.
is the source of kalo.
Yeah, I think that would be good to put it in the presentation, because I noticed from back in October that although I thought it was a very good presentation, that aspect of it hadn't been brought out. So I appreciate the fact that they are doing that, and I also would support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay, other commissioners? Questions, comments? Okay, I don't see any hands, so all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank Jonathan, Andrew.
Aloha, Jonathan.
And
Take
Gigi.
care.
You too.
Okay, next agenda item up is F1 from yesterday. Good morning, Jovi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So excited that we have a new president.
Yay.
Yay. I had to put on my good glasses so I can see you really, really well, since you're no longer in the room, to be able to read facial expressions. Commissioner Ka'apu. Just kidding. We received some very good comments and suggestions, Chair. So if I may incorporate these from
Yes.
Commissioner Nevis into the submittal, so that we can just take the submittal whole and not have to amend it as we go along. So I think Leah had queued up some of the recommendations, and with your indulgence, Commissioner Nevis, I'll just go through the email that we received and just note the changes in the submittal, if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so the first is just on page 1, the bottom of the first paragraph, just to make it clear that the permit could be canceled by DHHL upon 30 days advance notice in writing to the permit holder. We're going to delete the words tenant or permit holder to add clarity. The next change is at the bottom of page 2 under part 2, types of RPs. Commissioner Nevis has suggested, and I think this is a very wise, under the description of projects that could be considered for a community RP, to call out that projects on adjacent lands to Kuleana agricultural pastoral communities are eligible. This would allow the Kuleana communities to be able to provide presence on lands adjacent to their communities. So I think making that explicit helps to identify that those types of projects would be considered for a community RP. The next change that's being suggested is, or included or incorporated into this into this submittal, is that for general RPs, and now I am on page 3, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
I'm sorry. On page 4, in the middle, when we are talking about the documentation for application, we're going to include the language that is currently under the business RP, the third bullet that indicates that proof of funds through the most recent bank statements that amounts for the security deposit of 2 times the proposed monthly rent is immediately available. So essentially including evidence that the general RP applicant actually has the funds for the deposit as part of the documentation that would be required to submit an application. And that language is already included under the business RP as the third bullet. We would just include it here as well under the general RP. And then the last recommendation, inclusion to this amended submittal, and thank you, Commissioner Nevis, for giving us options. The gold standard, of course, would be a physical inspection, but the reality is we just do not have the staff resources right now for a physical inspection. So a annual notarized statement that indicates full compliance to the terms and conditions of the revocable permit certainly allows us to circle back at any time as resources are available to confirm that in fact the statement that the permit holder has said and committed to is in fact true. So I do appreciate the understanding, but of course the gold standard that we're striving for is annual review of compliance to the terms and conditions. So the recommendation, the adjustment to the submittal would be to add a part 8 entitled compliance, and this would be on page 8 before the authority. And we would just pick up the language at the bottom, which indicates the permit holder shall provide an annual notarized statement indicating full compliance to the terms and conditions of the revocable permit. And so with those amendments, what we can do is, with the Commission's indulgence, provide an amended update with those language changes so that we have a copy that includes those adjustments. But we accept those amendments to the staff's recommendation and would request that the recommended action, which is that the Commission approve LMD's new revocable permit pilot program as outlined below, and this would be an amended number F1.
Okay. Randy has a question. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Joby, for that update. So my question is, on the annual inspection of the permit holder, who from the staff will be conducting those inspections?
So right now, those inspections would be done by the land management division, but that section, frankly, the staffing is just not there right now. It's possible that that is a function that could be, we could seek services to assist us with that inspection. You know, to just go out, see the property, ensure that the property is in compliance, that rent is up to date. But we have not been able to keep up with the inspection responsibilities simply because our staffing is just down right now, and we cannot hire at the current time.
Okay, so I appreciate the attempt to build some kind of accountability into the permitting process, but recognizing and fully appreciating when you don't have staff to do the actual boots on the ground inspections, that's where it starts to fall apart. So,
Yes.
So not wanting to continually see those kinds of failures, and I get it, you don't have the staff, but is there any consideration, I think you may have mentioned it just now, is there any consideration to hire some other entity to do that?
Yes, and so as I had indicated yesterday, we did want to lay out the entire RP program so that the commission can see what we're moving towards. Mm-hmm. And of course, compliance with the terms and conditions of the revocable permit is always a requirement of the permittee. You know, completely understand the importance of just trust but verify. And the longer you don't inspect a property, the more challenging it becomes to bring permittee holders into compliance. And so, you know, we do want to move towards procuring services, because this is one of the areas that there are services available within the, you know, the regular market to assist with land management functions. But what I didn't want to set up was the unrealistic expectation at this point. We can always amend as we go forward that the department is going to be able to do an annual inspection. So, you know, once we're able to get those resources in place, an annual inspection may be just a reasonable expectation, and certainly something we could, you know, once we have those contracts in place and build those contracts into place, to have that. So, but, you know, it's, I mean, if that is the commission's desire to go with the more, I guess the gold standard, we can make that adjustment.
Okay, you know, I think a gold standard is worthy of consideration, because this has been an ongoing recurring problem where our inability to inspect and enforce perpetuates these recurring problems, these recurring failures as a result of not complying with the permit. So sometimes, unfortunately, we are in situations where you have to verify then trust, you know, because otherwise it gets away from us.
Right.
So,
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, that's it. Thank you.
So the other, you know, and believe me, Kahana and I know firsthand the challenges of dealing with permit holders not in compliance. So we completely understand what you're saying, Commissioner Wool. Perhaps a couple of options is that, and maybe this is a Ryan question, if the certification or the notarized statement basically says that if you lie, that can be a something that is basically enforceable under law. I know that those provisions within documentation that if you lie on it, you can actually be held personally responsible in a criminal way or somewhat. And I'm not an attorney, so I may be moving into terrain that I'm not quite familiar with. But it does allow for that annual certification, to say that yes, you certify that your premises is up to date, that you're up, your rent, you're not leasing to anybody or renting to anybody that you're not supposed to be renting to. So I don't believe we have that right now. I thought that was an excellent suggestion. The second thing is we're trying to start with good actors from the very beginning. So the application process is very rigorous to allow for that. And I think the third thing is that the maximum amount of time that an applicant can be a permittee holder is 5 years. So even if, God forbid, the worst case that the property is not inspected in 5 years, the term is only for 5 years. And so there would have to be a reapplication at that point in time.
So Joby, even the suggestion of holding permittees accountable for lying, that still requires resources to verify if in fact they are lying. So
yes,
we're continually back to square one if we don't resolve the issue of capacity. So that's what continues to concern me.
Understand.
Okay.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Russell and then David.
Morning, Joby. When I read through the submittal, so I understand the phasing in and how that works, but when we get to the normal course on the program, what starts the process for a particular property? Is it someone coming to the department and saying, hey, there's this parcel, I'd like to use it, and then you guys submit or get the word out for applications? Or is it department initiated where you say, hey, this would be a suitable site to do something, and then you start that process?
So I think what's envisioned is that the available properties would be advertised in some way, and the type of disposition provided, so let's say a general RP, by the department. So we would initiate the process, working with the outreach and application process that has been developed and refined in phase 1. And so whether that's on an annual basis, a semi-annual basis, a biannual every 2-year basis, we have to see how many properties that we're talking about and which islands. And the other determination, of course, by identifying the business RPs as a little bit more rigorous process. We would also want to identify the parcels and the timing of that early enough, or we need to know at least which parcels we're talking about so that we can inform the existing RP holders in enough advance time to make adequate decisions potentially to relocate their businesses. So I would think at least 12 months ahead, we would need to indicate to those existing RP holders or right of entry holders as we transition from the existing ROEs into this RP program that the next renewal there isn't going to be another renewal. They will need to reapply for that property. So we don't have that time frame and layout outlined here, except in the most broadest framework, because I think we want to take this elephant down in bites and start with the general programmatic parameters, limit it to a handful of simple properties to start with, and that's a hard definition. And then once we've develop the program piece of it, look at our parcels and begin to identify, okay, those that are really should be in longer term dispositions, general leasing, let's say for income production, mercantile license in some locations, et cetera, and provide some kind of time frame to phase those properties in. And in the meantime, we would utilize the revocable permit as a way to maintain presence and income, but at least we have a much more explicit time frame for those partners or permittee holders on those lands. So, we see it as, ideally 5 years from now, when everything's, everything is working great, that at a periodic basis, once a year, once every other year, once every half year, there would be a list of properties becoming available for RPs. We're seeking RP permittees. That's the envision for the general and for the business RP. The community RP would be handled as projects come up, because these ideas come up all the time, and that affords the commission to review the project, approve it, and then issue the RP at that time.
Thank you. I think, I think there's this pretty extensive kind of startup period to get the normal course going. And then it sounds like once that's going, it's more a department initiated process than somebody coming forward and saying, hey, that particular parcel or whatnot, I want to do something there.
Right.
It's more that we're putting it out on a regular kind of recurring basis.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. David, then Dennis.
Thank you, Joby. I have to take a long breath because as we've discussed before, the devil is in the details in this. And I do have a suggestion just at the outset. And I know that this is a pilot. It's going to come back to the commission for further vetting. So I don't have a problem with that. But wouldn't it make sense to pilot all three, or at least two, the business and the general RP, because you're not going to get the background and experience that I think you want to gain by doing this pilot without running the business one through the mill, so to speak. So my recommendation is that we at least do those two. The community ones, I think, are going to be problematic only because we have a lot of large parcels that are associated near some associations, and we've already heard from those associations who want to take on the whole 5,000 acres or the whole 10,000 acres. And so I think in moving this forward, and it doesn't have to be today, but I think we should look at, is that going to be broken down into smaller, digestible parcels that can go to communities, or are we looking at the entire acreage? I agree with Randy that the problem in enforcement is an ongoing one that we're going to have to solve. So, one of the messages that we're sending out is, although we hold our beneficiaries responsible to make sure that they pay their mortgage, and if they don't pay their mortgage, we bring them in for contested cases. What we're saying is that because we don't have staff, we're not going to hold RP holders to the same standard that we are holding our beneficiaries to, and I think that is problematic. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to number one, make sure that staff is in touch with the RP holders. I mean, certainly, even if they can't physically go there, they certainly can call. They can do a Zoom call. They could, they could have the guy walk around with a phone. And then the other thought that I had is, if we're going to be hiring people to kind of fulfill that checklist, is there a way that we can collaborate with existing associations or other groups that we can hire them to kind of go and fulfill that role of checking or going through a checklist? And that's an idea. I haven't thought that through. But I am in favor of the pilot because I think it'll give us a good idea of what the issues are going to be down the line. For some properties, the problem with is this a good idea is, for some properties, there's only one idea. If it's pasture, what are you going to use it for? I mean, nobody's going to have a better idea than that. I mean, so it's kind of self-defined by the property itself. In the business arena, I think that's where, the ideas will come forward. But I am in favor of moving this thing forward just so we can kind of see what the results are and get a view of it. But yeah, I think it would be helpful to roll out the business one too as a pilot. Thank you.
So just so that I don't mischaracterize the department's recommendation, we definitely agree that compliance is very important. I think what we're trying to just manage is and moving towards a methodology given our limited staffing resources is where we are. How do we meet this critical need of compliance? And certainly of the entities that have some kind of land disposition with DHHL, permit holders are the easiest to enforce non-compliance because it's a 30-day notice. The sooner we get these individuals into compliance, and as we all know, just like your kids, the first infraction is the best one because the longer the infractions go on, the harder it is to correct the behavior. So, sorry, Clark, I didn't pull my cutty, but so I think it was just more to not create the expectation that the department has the resources to do this on an annual basis. But in this pilot, not to say that it should be anything less than an annual inspection. We just have to figure out how we're going to accomplish that, given that we just don't have the staff resources. So I certainly don't want to characterize the department's recommendation or staff recommendation that compliance is not important. And I do appreciate Commissioner Nevis and Commissioner Arwo and yourself, Commissioner Kaapu, highlighting this as an important part of this pilot. And perhaps that's what, I mean, we can put the language in that's a little bit more explicit about an annual review. That's not a problem. And we can try to, in this pilot, identify how we get to that and learn from that experience. I mean, we can do that as well, if that's what the commission would prefer.
And some of the most egregious examples that we had were the RP holders that hadn't paid rent for 10 years. Certainly that kind of non-compliant should be very evident because we're not getting the checks, right? So, that should be the absolute gold standard. You got to pay your bill, and somebody has to notice when you haven't paid your bill. The other, I added a little shed to this, and it wasn't allowed. That's the part that is part of the annual inspection. Or, we have 3 tenants here now when there was only supposed to be 1. But certainly that I think there are ways to resolve that without actually having the staff go out if that's a shortage. So I think as long as we're creative in thinking about, how we can skin that cat, I think we can get around it. But I just don't want to leave the impression that we're willing to give up on compliance, absolute compliance to what the contract says. And that just should be bottom line. People are going to do what they do, but our expectation is that they will comply. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. We go to Dennis, then Patty, then Randy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, yes, optimally, I would like to see, a annual physical inspection, but I know that the department doesn't have the staffing. So I put in the alternate notarized statement, but it still comes down to compliance. So even if you put in a notarized statement every year and you're 2 years down the road and somebody reports, hey, this guy built something on this, there has to be some kind of move to say, okay, you gave us a notarized statement last year and you built something. You're gone. You got 30 days, get out. That's the kind of action we need, because we sort of have, we're sort of hamstrung on a policy or a process that we put back in their hands, but we have to respond. We can't say, okay, well, you got 60 days to take it down. I think that's unacceptable. I think if they've said, hey, we're in compliance 100%, and we come back and find out they're not in compliance, we should give them a 30-day notice to get out. The one other thing I wanted to add is in my comment about the physical inspection, there was the second sentence read, the department shall investigate any and all reports of improprieties of the permit holder. Sometimes when people, they say, hey, I know this guy is supposed to only have 50 acres and he's got 300 and it's fenced off. Somebody needs to investigate that. If he comes back and says, I'm within, I fully comply with the terms and conditions and I sign a notarized statement, we find out he's not, we should take immediate action. We got to have action right away. Otherwise, the reason we have so many people that are putting in for revocable permits is because they see this stuff go on. That's a lot of it. So my concern is that whatever we do is we take action. The other thing is on the 5-year maximum. At that point in time, before we put it out and may affect the person that was on that RP, we do a physical inspection. Because if at that point we find there's improprieties, that will go against that person trying to qualify for extending that RP. So since I'm glad we thought about the 5-year, because that sort of gets away from these guys that have been on RP for 20 years. Hey, at 5 years, if you decide to put something in, that when you come back to qualify, you obviously didn't follow the last program and you're out. So maybe that's one carrot we could throw out there at the end of that 5 years, say there will be a full inspection of the property before it goes back into the pool. And if we find impropriety, that should work against that person that was on the RP. That's all I got. Thanks. Oh, and one other question. The contract itself, is that contract, when you make a contract out, is that given to the AG for review as to form, content, and legal liability enforcement?
Kahana is saying yes.
Okay.
He's here.
Right. So just want to make sure that, because I know my experience in the past is we run it to the AG, he looks at it and says, okay, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to do? And that kind of conversation sort of gets you, okay, if you want to say we need a notarized statement, it probably should be in the initial contract as well, so that, and the notarized statement needs to comply with that contract. So where you have apples and oranges, we're going to be in court. So I just want to make sure that and I'm sure it was, but I had to ask that question. Thank you.
Excuse me, Commissioner, this is Kahana.
Yeah.
What I'll do also is I'll pull the revocable permit template that we have, or that we've had for years, and kind of go over it with the AGs also, so we get the terms and conditions that we are seeking in there.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Patty, then Randy.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2013, did we have a pilot similar to this, Joby? During Abercrombie's time? Did we originally have?
No, so we have not, since we stopped issuing revocable permits, which I believe was in 2014.
Kind of really converted from 13.
Yeah, we have not had a pilot. We have been talking about this issue with the commission for about 5 years.
Yeah.
And there have been several, positive steps forward, but this is the farthest we've ever gotten.
Yeah.
So this would be the first pilot.
Yeah, and so like my comment is compliance, like everybody has mentioned it, and so I'm kind of like, I think in the RP pilot, we collect more than 2.8 million through that funding. And I think our general lease is that we collect over 11.7 million. And my whole concern is that how does the department protect this revenue and ensure that strong compliance so that we can get the full amount as promised? That's really important of making sure that when we're in compliance, that our revenues that are being collected back to the department. So it's just a statement that I wanted to put in into this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Randy?
Thank you, Chair. So, part of what I see occurring with the recommendation about these annual inspections, part of what I see that is problematic is that when we commit ourselves to these kinds of statements, it creates an expectation amongst our beneficiaries that the department is in fact committed to holding others to a standard. But if this is nothing more than just a gesture, what it does is it creates more frustration and animosity toward the department when beneficiaries can see that these are just words as they watch violations occur all around them. And similar to rulemaking with the department, we are continuing to make rules that we cannot enforce. And so, and I hear it all the time from beneficiaries here, at least, over a period of many years. Department makes all these rules, but you've got all these violations occurring and nothing's being done. So it's kind of like, here we are yet again, creating an expectation for our beneficiaries that we cannot commit ourselves to seeing through. So I don't know what else to say other than that, but I know it's going to be another problem that we're creating for ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Randy. We hear you. I just don't know what the alternatives are right now.
So what we can do, is frankly, we could put both languages in that requires, there's nothing that prevents the notarized as well as the annual inspection. They're not mutually exclusive. Recognizing, however, that as a pilot, we may need to just come back and see our ability to meet this compliance obligation. As long as they've been in state government, which is 20 plus, government, federal and state, even in good and fat times, it's always, we're broke. Sometimes it's just more broke than others. And so, it's about trying to be creative, as Commissioner Ka'apu, or grow, try to learn and meet this obligation of compliance. I'm hopeful that this pilot will, you know, we've never had a process that has been explicit about the expectations of seeking documentation that you are in fact a good actor, that you pay your bills. And we know that there are a number of beneficiaries, beneficiary organizations that support beneficiaries, businesses, etc., that fall in this category. And so I'm hopeful that if we start with good actors who pay their bills, who try to be in compliance, that our compliance issues will not be, and that's not to be disparaging to any of our current permit holders, but that it'll be simpler as we move forward. But I do recognize and acknowledge how important this question of compliance is. And so that's definitely something Kahana and I, along with Cedric, will work on as we look to roll this this pilot out and just learn from the experience.
Okay, so the only thing I would add to that is, of course, when we are awarding permits, the award is the result of us believing that we are selecting good actors. It's an act of faith that they're coming to us, they've met some kind of threshold that qualifies them to receive these permits. It's when things go south and we can't regulate the activity that it becomes problematic. And it's going to, you know, if all we're doing here is creating a standard that we cannot enforce, we are committing ourselves yet again to more failures that continue to haunt us. Now, I know this is just more of a debate because it's connected to a reality that we just don't have the staff. But I guess I would ask that the department, recognizing that, strongly think about or pursue the possibility of contracting some of these services out. And we may not get to everybody, but if we can get to enough permittees where it conveys the right message, that might encourage others to comply. But I know what's not going to work. If we're going to rely on staffing shortages, it's going to be more of the same. So if we can contract some of these services out, I think that's something that's worth considering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Dennis?
Yes, you know, I agree with what Randy's saying. And my question is do we have the ability to hire a contractor as needed? What's the process we'd have to go through?
Yes, we have the ability to hire professional services that do not duplicate services that are available through civil service. And so there are a number of land management functions that we certainly could look to the private sector, and especially in this time where, you know, getting money out into the economy to support jobs, period, I think is going to help overall. So, you know, what Commissioner Awo is asking us to do, we definitely are going to be looking at as an option to proceed. So we would procure them as we would any other professional service provider, and or through an invitation for bid or a you know, RFP. More than likely it'd be a professional service that we're looking at. So that's what we'd be looking to do.
Yeah, because I believe, you know, it'll be a while for the department can get ramped up to do this enforcement. And I think that doing it that way, trying to get a contractor, because we're not talking about somebody who's going to be on payroll every day. It's going to say, okay,
no,
we may want to look at the types of RPs that tend to be issues. I mean, here in Kauai, we have a bunch of RPs that are, or ROEs right now, or small things like, you know, you got an acre here and you're taking care of this or taking care of that. And then we got 50 acres and we have 300 acres and we have other things going on. So maybe we pick we pick the cream of the crop and say, okay, here's where we really need some compliance. And if you hit the big ones, then I think everybody sort of falls in line. So I would suggest that we look at some kind of contract service. So we start it off right and know that, you know, we got eyes in the sky and we'll see what's going on and make sure people stay in compliance, and hopefully that'll turn things around. But I agree with what Randy's saying. We need to do something. We just leave it out there. It's just, we're going to be back to 2013 all over again and in the news.
Thank you,
Thank
Dennis. David?
Thank you, Chair. Joby, it just occurred to me that if we are going to need to hire out, perhaps as part of the RP contract, we add a monthly premium on that we collect from every RP holder. And so that premium then can be used to hire the association or hire, you know, on the Big Island, we have a lot of private water systems. So there are people that have to go around and check the water meters every month and generate a bill and all that kind of stuff. But that type of service, if we can't, you know, but we have associations right on the Big Island that we're contracting with to run the water system. So I don't want to give up on that, but there are those services out there that do these checks every month only because that's their business, part of their business. And so maybe those are the type. But if we pass that cost on to the RP holders, then you know, our beneficiaries and our trust funds are not bearing the brunt of that compliance, and it just becomes a cost of doing business for the RP holder. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, David. Other commissioners? I don't see any hands up at this point. So if we're done.
So, I'm sorry. So I know we don't have a motion yet. And so commissioners, what we will request is that under that Part 8 compliance, we would just pick up both paragraphs that is suggested by Commissioner Neves, and if Leah can just put the language up one more time so commissioners can see that. Recognizing, of course, as part of this pilot, that's the motion. Yeah. So, do you have the actual language? No.
No. What is the motion?
Leah's going to put it up again, but just we wanted to make sure.
Yes, you put the middle.
No, oh, here, she's got it. So we're going to add this language. Originally we had talked about adding just the language that talked about the permit holder shall provide an annual notarized statement indicating full compliance to the terms and conditions of the revocable permit. But what we're asking is that the amendment now include, or the amended submittal would include this language under a Section 8 compliance, which is that the department to conduct an annual physical inspection of premises to ensure compliance with all terms and conditions of the revocable permit. Department shall investigate any and all reports of improprieties of the permit holder, all information to be provided to the commission at the annual Island Commission meeting for continuance of the revocable permit, and that we would also ask that the permit holder provide an annual notarized statement indicating full compliance to the terms and conditions of the revocable permit. We'll just include both in this program. We'll see what we can do to meet that condition with services to augment staff, but it does signal the desire of the commission and also require the notarized statement as a fallback. And so that change, along with the others that we had suggested, be included as an amended F1 as staff recommendation to the commission. And then Leah has the language. And so this would be the recommended motion that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve LMD's new revocable permit program as outlined and as amended in F1. And we will get all of those changes by the end of the day so that the commission can see the updated submittal.
So Randy has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So my question is, would it be appropriate to, in that section of the language that places this under department, would it be appropriate to also include and or, if required, if necessary, a contractor or outside service? No?
I don't think it's necessary. Yeah,
okay.
It's implied.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there is a recommended motion on the table. Commissioners, we need a motion. We need a motion. We need a mover and a seconder to take action on the amended version of F1.
Chair, it's Russell. I'll move as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Dennis. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion
I
carries.
did. I abstain. I abstain.
Okay, we got you down as abstaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank you very much, commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
thank you, Joby, and thank you, Kahana. Okay, we're gonna go with the agenda item C1, or excuse me, C3. C3.
Aloha Kayaka Commissioners.
Aloha.
We're here on C3, which is for information only, status of the Federal Communications Commission or the FCC's 2.5 gigahertz tribal priority window licenses, and then an update on the congressional stimulus package allocations for broadband development. The last time we talked about this, I think we were all physically in the same room, so I can, just to go back and refresh everyone's memory, the FCC made broadband licenses in the spectrum range of 2.5 gigahertz available last spring. If you recall, the original rules for that included Department of Hawaiian Homelands lands as tribal lands eligible for these licenses. However, the rules also said only federally recognized Indian tribes could apply for the licenses. So the first step the department took was to request a waiver of that rule, which the FCC granted, and that allowed us to move forward and submit applications for the licenses. When we last spoke with you, we talked about sort of the workload ahead, as there were 51 eligible census tracts. Those that were not included were those on the island of Oahu, either because they were considered urban or because all of the available 2.5 in those regions had been used. And then likewise in Pokukalo and Wai'ehuko, the land was not eligible because it was considered urban. So it was only rural census tracts. We were fortunate enough that the FCC allowed us to eventually group the applications together. So we did 5 total applications. They matched the Neighbor Island District Office structure. And we met their deadline, I think, by over a month. I think September 2nd was the final deadline. Our applications went in July. Shortly after our applications were submitted, we received 2 competing applications. One from Kaumana Hawaiian Homes Community Association for the Kaumana Census Tract, and then Kailapa Community Association for the Kauai High Census Tract. The rules said if there were competing applications, those licenses would no longer be issued for free and would be forced into an auctioning process. In the interest of making sure we were able to do this, obtain these licenses for free for all of our beneficiaries, the department submitted a petition to deny those two competing requests on the grounds that they lacked jurisdiction over the land itself. And unlike the department, they could not match the department's shared fiduciary responsibility to every single homesteader on those census tracts. The FCC ultimately dismissed both and gave them until December 29th to respond. I don't believe there was a response from either. And so what happened was our West Hawaii and our East Hawaii applications were held because of those competing applications. We received word last week that they're moving forward into the next stages of review. So that's a positive sign in terms of forward movement there. The remaining applications, so Maui, which included Lanai, Kauai, and Molokai, were all approved last fall. So what that means is we have 2 years on those 3 applications to provide broadband service on that wireless spectrum to 50% of the population there. And then within 5 years, we need to provide service to 80% of those residing in the areas. If and once the East Hawaii and West Hawaii applications are approved, we'll have the same 2 and 5 year deadlines, but based on those application acceptance dates. So it'll be a little bit of tracking because our build out deadlines won't be the same for all 5 applications. However, we are in the process of trying to secure a consultant who will do not only the planning, but also the sort of management of the build out. We are aggressively pursuing a 2-year timeline for the full 5-year build out. So ideally, we'd like to see all of this completed by the end of our administration. We've been told that that is doable. So that's where we're at in terms of planning for the actual build out. There is an MOA being negotiated. However, that's sitting with the AGs right now due to a legal question. And then lastly, in December, Congress announced a $900 billion stimulus package. Lehua managed, we got money for rental assistance. What we also received was a direct call out saying that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands should get a minimum of $30 million to do broadband infrastructure and programming on Hawaiian homelands. So we are still waiting for guidance from the Department of Commerce to figure out what the process is there. We're very grateful to our congressional delegates for their championing in this emergency period, a specific call out for our department and our beneficiaries, an opportunity to expand their broadband access on homelands, which is pretty incredible. 30 million is not is a very significant amount, and that was what they allotted for at the minimum. So what we did was in the MOA negotiations, we're actively contemplating 2 additional things, including meeting our 2.5 build out deadlines. We're asking the consultants to consider helping us figure out how best to use that $30 million to meet Congress's intent of what they'd like to see, because programming is an element we don't want to ignore. And we are also asking our consultants to figure out how else can we increase broadband access on Oahu and in those areas on Maui that weren't eligible for 2.5. How else can we get broadband service to those so that all of our beneficiaries are being met on Hawaiian homelands? Happy to answer any questions you folks might have.
Okay, commissioners, question? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler, for that presentation. Just a quick question. Do we have more detailed plans with regards to how we would use the $30 million?
That's something that we're going to ask the consultant to help us plan out. One of the first steps is we need a pretty we need to do a heavy dive in terms of an inventory of all of our current assets and also a community inventory of what the communities would like to see, because depending on the community, they may or may not want elements of community maintenance, for example. So the planning portion is probably pretty heavy upfront, but we wanted to make sure that, one, the $30 million is spent responsibly in line with congressional intent and in furtherance of the department's goals. But not just that, we want to see, you know, how we can best meet our community's needs, because I think we know that it's different in terms of broadband access depending on which homestead you're in.
Okay, great. And is there a timing restriction on the use of that money? I mean, does it have to be by year end or?
I believe it has to be encumbered by year end.
Okay, thank you, Tyler.
Other commissioners? Okay, looks like Tyler did such a good job of explaining everything that there are no questions.
Mahalo nui, everyone.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break and then come back and proceed with the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, commission members, welcome back. We're going to go to agenda item D1, and I have Juan with me to present D1.
Good morning, Commissioners. Homestead Services Division's D1 is exhibits of various reports for your information.
Are there any questions regarding agenda item D1? I'm going to ask one more time. I'm not sure all commission members are back. Huh? Okay. Hold on, Juan.
Okay.
Okay, Randy's back. Mike, are you on? Dennis? Pauline?
Yes.
Okay, just checking if we have the commissioners all back on. Thank you for answering.
I'm
Mike,
on
are you
now.
on? Okay, thank you. David, Mike, and Dennis? Do you have enough? Okay. Patty, you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, Juan.
Morning, Commissioner.
How are you? Aloha. Just a quick one.
Aloha.
The Habitat for Humanity projects out in Kanahili. How many are we waiting there to proceed? How many homes?
As far as construction?
Yeah. I know some people are waiting for, and they have delays on either their loan or they're waiting on their construction.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. That would be more appropriately answered by land development.
We can find out and get.
Yeah, we can get that information and get back to you, Commissioner.
That's fine. Thank you, Juan.
Okay, any other questions by commissioners for agenda item D1?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Okay, if not, I'll excuse Juan.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, give us a minute and we'll set up agenda item F3. Okay, we'll come back to agenda item F3. We'll go to planning office. Okay, hold on. Technology. Is she coming? Okay, so is she gonna be ready? Are we gonna go back to F3? Okay, so F3 will be ready in 5 minutes. Why don't we go to G3 in the meantime? Can you do that? Yep. Thank you, Andrew. You're very accommodating.
Andrew is always good.
I'm glad you don't see me all the time then. No.
We miss you.
Aloha, Commissioners. Item G3 for information only, the DHHL 2020 Beneficiary Study. The purpose of this informational submittal is to present the findings of the DHHL 2020 Beneficiary Study to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. In 2020, the department conducted a study among all of its beneficiaries, current lessees, and waitlist applicants for homestead awards. The purpose of the study was to assess the current condition and needs of DHHL beneficiaries. The study was designed to be consistent and similar to previous studies conducted in 1995, 2003, 2008, and 2014. DHHL commissioned SMS Research to complete the 2020 beneficiary study. I think she's on the line. So if she is on the line, Commissioners Faith Rex, who was the project manager from SMS Research, can give you a presentation on the results of the finding of the study. Oh, she not there.
Okay, we want to try to reach her.
I can try to reach her.
Okay. You think F3 might be available? All right. Okay, commissioners, we're just going to take a 3-minute break to see who we can get to connect in first. So that we can either do F3 or G.
G3.
Yeah. So.
Apologies.
immunities, and liabilities. May I have such a motion?
I move the commotion.
Yeah. I second that.
Okay. Thank you, Randy. Okay, all those in favor of going into exec session, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We are now in exec. Aloha, Commissioners. Welcome back from our recess. We're back in session. And next up is agenda item F3. Kahana?
Aloha again, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. This afternoon, we have with us Kale Ka'ilihiva, the Director for Kameme Schools Oahu Moku. And she's going to give us a status update on Agnes Cope Center, General East 300. Without further ado, Kale.
Mahalo. I've prepared some slides, really some pictures to share with the commissioners to give you a taste of what we have going on. So I am going to share my screen. And there you go. So Velina me ke aloha kako o wau ka lei ka irihiwa he kama na honua o pi'ilani a ka keia maula no ho wau I hono uli uli me ku'u mau keiki. How's it, you guys? Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Kale Ka'irihiwa, born and raised on the island of Maui in a small town called Waihe'e, although these days I live in Honouli'uli, which is Kapolei, Eva Beach, that side with my beautiful children. I was just chatting with some of you about the fact that somebody didn't finish their lunch and it was kilo pig and rice, and so I felt free to finish it for them. I've prepared some slides to provide an update for you folks about our newest learning center in Nanakuli through a partnership with Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Hawaiian Homes Commission called the Kalani Ho'okaha Community Learning Center. Before I share with you about the new learning center, I thought it would be good just to take a step back and talk about our older learning center, which isn't much older. We broke ground October 31st, 2013, and about 10 months later, August 2014, we were opening at 100% capacity. So every year with our partners, we've been able to host over 4,000 events and workshops. We serve over 19,000 families every year, walk through our doors and provide early learning experiences to keiki. Over 285 keiki every year. And so for me, this is an opportunity to pause and recognize Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalaniana Ole and Keali'i Bernice Pawahi for their foresight and wisdom. And then bringing these two together in our beloved Wai'anae Moku has been an absolute privilege of mine to see what our community is capable of. And they're capable of incredible brilliance and incredible levels of excellence. And so it's just my humble privilege to share with you folks this update. The Kalani Ho'okaha Community Learning Center, what you see here is the logo of our learning center. It is layered with our cultural symbolism that of course evokes feelings of kala or the sun, which as you know is imperative to Nanakuli, known for its powerful heat, both literally and figuratively. You see there the motif of the kaula, and that is homage to the demigod of Maui who snared the sun to lengthen our days. The peva in that logo is a symbol of Auntie Aggie and bringing together of community. She was an advocate for Native Hawaiian health, education, culture, and arts. The colors of the logo, of course, are inspired by the brilliant hues of our sunsets out on West Oahu. And holistically, this logo is intended to capture the spirit of what we hope to see happen at the Learning Center, to be a gathering place of lifelong learning for the people and its surrounding communities. Just real quick, high level by the numbers. We executed a general lease with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and also a joint development agreement with the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Community Association. The budget for this project was $10.9 million. Construction was completed April 2020, and by all accounts, the Learning Center was ready for us to rumble June of 2020. And as you well know, we found ourselves in the middle of a global pandemic. So don't worry, you didn't miss the blessing, you didn't miss the opening. We've been on pause as we contemplate when our community is going to be ready for us to have these celebrations together when we're safe. So all said and done, it's a single-story building that will be operated by Kamehameha Schools, similar to the Community Learning Center at Ma'ili. We have about 6,000 square feet on 2.9 acres. This is a invitation to e komo mai, e lu'u mai. I will go to the next slide here. This is when you park in the parking lot at the Learning Center and you make your way to the entrance, you're going to pass by this unmistakable work of art. And the placard, as it reads, Eia no o kalani ho'okaha o ke kai kohala ho'i. Kahi e hanai ia ai ka wailua, ka pili, ka na'awau, I lava ke aho, I pa'a ke aho, I kupa'a ka hipu'u, I ka ohana, ke kaia'ulu, ka lahui, I ku ka pā mamau, ma ke kaia ke au kanaloa, ho'oloa ia ke aho, ho'oikaika ia ke aho, he aho ho'ohui nā nana kuli no nana kuli, e komo mai e lu'u mai. For us, it's both prayer and invitation to behold Kalani Ho'okaha, sanctuary of rearing where spirit connection and wisdom are nurtured, where the cordage is made and secured, where the bond with family, community, and nation is fortified, made ready for the journeys across the great expanse of Kanaloa, where the cordage is strengthened and elongated, a connective cord of Nanakuli for Nanakuli venture forth. These whale sculptures is called Kohola Ola, and it is a piece of art that was gifted to the community, and its final resting place is here at the community at Kalani Ho'okaha Community Learning Center. The artist is our copper artist Surya Kumar, who is originally from Sri Lanka, and it's called Hawaii his home since 1984. When my team and I were alerted of this gift, this unique gift, we spent about 6 months in reflection and thinking and learning about Kohola and from a cultural perspective, what it means for us. And it didn't take us long to clock Kanaloa. Kanaloa, who is embodied in one of the embodiments or forms of Kanaloa is the Kohola. And it's one of the highest forms and most sacred kinolau of Kanaloa because of the distance that the Kohola are capable of traveling, the expanse of the world and the knowledge represented by Kanaloa, but also the ability to traverse both au and po. So kind of what you see in the front of your face and that deep, deep knowledge and connection is both important to us. And so we take the Kanaloa and we take the Kohola and we applied it to what is going to define or focus the programming that will happen at this community learning center. So similar to Ma'ili, we started by thinking about what families with young children need at Ma'ili. And then we push out this way and make sure that we're inclusive in who we partner with, community groups that can use a space and what happens in the space. So we'll do the same thing at this learning center. Our education programming focus, so here, is young adults between the ages of 16 and 24. And in thinking about Kanaloa and what we hope for the young people of our community, you know, they're going to walk in through these doors, and when they leave, they're going to leave with two things. They're going to leave with roots, knowing who they are, where they come from, and why that matters, and they're going to leave with wings. Programs and the skills and confidence that they will need to assume their place in this world, whether it be in a local capacity or a global capacity. And so we focus on what young people ages 16 to 24 might need, might want with our partners, with our community. And then we're going to grow out and take notes from what Nanakuli is after, from what, you know, what Anaimoku is after, and string together a series of experiences. But we're going to start with something, and we're going to start here. So as you pass by Kohola Ola, you're going to come to the entry part of the Community Learning Center, and this is what we call the Maui Gates. And so as you can see, the gates are in open position. Where they're in closed position, you'll be able to see Kalai Kamoli Ola. And you walk through this hallway while there's a reception desk and someone there ready to greet you. The Community Learning Center here, there are 3 conference rooms. This is a little peek at, I wish we could do this in person. A little peek at one of our conference rooms. Each of our conference rooms is named after a pu'u or mauna of Nanakuli. So we have pu'u heleakala, mauna kapu, and pu'u manawahua. So separately, 3 smaller multi-purpose rooms But ultimately, you can see here this soft wall. You can fold them open and create a large multi-purpose room. You can join all three rooms, and then together they make up Napu'u o Nanakuli. Each conference, so you walk in through the Maui gates. Now you're in the conference rooms and you're looking out, and what you look out into is a wide, expansive lanai. And so we're doing some kind of filming here, but I thought it was a good picture to depict how wide the lanai is. If we can't be there in person, let's look at a good picture that'll give us a feel for it. So a wide open lanai where transitions from space to space should be relatively easy. So we go from inside to under the lanai to outside, and just imagine what kinds of programming and experiences we can build out with our families and our young people. And then this is from the side of the Learning Center. Standing here, so the Learning Center is here in this area, and from the Learning Center you can see the pavilion, an outside pavilion, which is an additional space that can be used by community members and for programming. And so the last bits here are around what we hope to do, at least at the beginning, as we learn about the Learning Center, learn about the community and what our shared appetites are, working together with our partners to provide lifelong learning and livelihood opportunities in the Nanakuli community that brings together health, education, aina, knowledge, skills, and practices in every aspect of its operations. And this is my last closing slide. In terms of community, this is just a snapshot of the kinds of programming that happens over at CLCM. We have Ku'ikalo nights, we have Popa'ani, we have Olalo Hawaii. Even still through COVID, we've migrated all of our classes online, but we make sure we have touch points with each family that we serve somehow. And so, kind of what we can expand into our community uses like makekes, special occasions and celebrations, and even informal on-the-spot gatherings. There'll be lots of space, and it's certainly in a busy place, busy part of our community now. And so community should feel welcome to just come when we're safe and when we're ready to just come. And that's the short of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, commissioners. Go ahead, Patty.
Hi, Clay.
Hi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Chair, for having this presentation to the commissioners, because I kind of have to show off because I'm from Nanakuli Moku.
Yeah.
And so, I know we started this when I served on the Nanakuli Homestead Association with Auntie Aggie. So beloved Auntie was Auntie to all of us in Nanakuli, her inspiration, her vision of caring for children and families. And now it opened up. And so the facility is a beautiful facility. If you ever have a chance to drive through the Nanakuli village and go to the Kamehameha Learning Center, it's structured so beautiful with every meaning of values. And so I like what Kamehameha School has done with this facility, bringing an educational piece to our keikis and our opios and even our kupunas. And so I want to kind of, also to thank you, because with the Maili Learning Center, Kamehameha School has always opened it up. We can have meetings there. We meet with GHHL consultations several times in the conference room, neighborhood boards. So we have the ability to work with Kamehameha School and the leadership like Kalei to have these meeting rooms available for us, and it's wonderful. So I have to kind of put a pitch, because on neighborhood board, we're looking for a location, so are you folks open though?
So we're not open yet. We're gonna be open by March. Over the holidays, I had plenty of time to reflect. And I was like, man, this thing was done in April. I gotta get it together. We adjust our COVID We've made significant adjustments to our Maili operations, and we will carry that over to Nanakuli and get her open and then get our people in there, even if it's groups of 5.
Well, because a lot of the organizations are meeting at Kapolei Hale. And so we already meet live in Kapolei Hale. So we're just looking forward to have that tour into the new Nanakuli Learning Center. And thank you for the privilege, because I remember we break ground. I think it was 2 years ago, yeah?
Yeah.
That was wonderful that we could break ground and go through the whole COVID, and now it's finished. So thank you so much, Kale, for all that Kamehameha School has brought to our Moku. I think we have like 3 learning centers now in 3.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Mahalo to you, Patty, in particular, for your leadership, and holding us accountable to carrying out our promises and making sure we deliver in the proper way, in a way that fits Nanakuli. And you'd come, let's talk story, definitely.
So thank you very much, and thank you, Kahana and Mr. Chair, for bringing this to the agenda item to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Randy?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Kamehameha, they can deliver. that is a beautiful facility. It was a very beautiful presentation you did today. I just wanted to mention that, and I gotta say, this is very inspiring to see these opportunities popping up in some of our more rural communities. And I hope it can continue to expand elsewhere, but thank you for sharing that.
Mahalo for your sentiments. Talent and potential is distributed throughout our entire community, even the most rural and remote ones. And I feel like there is a call to action even for us to find ways to bring that potential out of our people, of our young people. So if it's a learning center, if it's a program, if it's a partnership, we'll figure out ways to continue, because man, Hawaiians get action, guaranteed.
That's great. Mahalo.
Okay, other commissioners? Questions, comments? Okay, if not, thank you very, very much for the update and the beautiful presentation. And your enthusiasm is infectious, so thank you for that.
Mahalo, Kale.
Aloha. Next agenda item, we'll go back to G3. Hang in there, commissioners. We're almost done. We have G3, G4, and then the short contested case.
Aloha, commissioners. Item G3, the 2020 Beneficiary Survey Study results. Apologies for the delay, but I think it was well worth it because we have Faith Rex from SMS online now, and I think she does a much better presentation than I do. It'll be lively and entertaining. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Faith.
No more sound.
Thank you for your patience and your persistence in staying with us. And while I'm not sure I have as pretty a pictures as Clay did in her presentation, I think I have information that you'll find interesting. Please feel free to ask questions. I'm going to switch to a slide, show if that works, if that is possible. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so the objective of the beneficiary study is to profile beneficiaries, understand their needs and desires, identify challenges and opportunities, and provide data to DHHL to use for planning. And we also make sure when we gather the data that we're able to break it out by HUD, area median income levels, so that you can use this data to support grant requests to HUD and those types of beneficiaries. We've been doing this report on behalf of DHHL since 1995, and we think we've seen some good trends, and it's evolved to meet the needs of DHHL as we've moved forward. We had the methodology has been similar to what it is in the past. For the applicant survey, we did mail that had an online completion option and phone. We did a separate survey for lessees with mail with an online option and phone. And we did a special survey for undivided interest lessees that had just mail and an online option. When we looked at the differences between the three methodologies, did certain people respond via certain vehicles? We just found that the phone survey respondents were a little older, which is different for us because it used to be that the mail respondents were a little older. So now it seems older beneficiaries are pretty comfortable with mail or online, but the oldest ones are more comfortable on the phone.
This is phone. You get cell phone.
We do a cell phone survey too. I'm sorry, was there a question? Okay.
No, proceed.
Okay, so this is just a broad overview. I won't go into detail now because I know it's getting late, but you can see on the top category, we received about 46,000 names from applicant names, about 9,000 traditional lessees and 800 undivided lessees. We actually mailed about 23,400 applicants because we made sure applicants received only one survey. So we deduped the survey for people who might have been on multiple lists. And we also, if they were also a lessee, we sent them a lessee survey because we had a smaller population to draw from in that. Overall, our completion rate was well over 20%. We had almost 5,000 applicant surveys, almost 2,500 traditional lessees, and 166 undivided lessees. So the sample error at the confidence level is quite high because there's not much variance until we get to the undivided lessees, and then there's a little bit more. This is my transition from Calais. We asked this year for the first time beneficiary connections with other Native Hawaiian organizations, and if they had received a service from a list of NHOs in the past 5 years. And there was another category also. The list is longer than was here, but these were the top 5. So 45% of applicants have received a service from an NHO in the past 5 years, of at least one NHO in the past 5 years, and about the same for lessees. And of those who have received a service, Kamehameha Schools was the highest in both lists for both applicants and lessees, followed by Alulike for applicants, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Queen Liliuokalani Trust, and Hawaiian language programs were the types of programs beneficiaries said that they participated in or received a service from. And now there'll be more with KS Schools. So now for applicants, this is where current applicants reside. The trends have been pretty consistent since 1995, with most of them living on Oahu. But the only significant difference is the trend that's occurring with the number who've been consistently moving out of state. You know, we've read about it with the outbound migration, and I know Kamehameha Schools has been doing some work in that area too, but this reinforces the outmigration of Native Hawaiian families, as we can see in our applicant lists. Some applicant demographics: median age is 59, a little bit older than in 2014. 30% 35% are older than age 65. Larger households continues to be about 33%. So when we look at how many bedrooms they want, etc., they still want quite large households, quite large housing units because of their larger family size. Interestingly enough, there are fewer households with 3 to 5 members, so more in the 1 to 2. 76% of households have at least one member working full-time, primarily in the service industry. And homeownership level of current applicants is almost half. So 48% already own a home. Now this chart shows your household incomes. The blue line that's going down are the percent of households that earn less than $50,000 a year, whereas your purple line going up is the percent of households earning more than $75,000 a year. So you can see the trend definitely is up. Median income is up to $79,000, but still that's relatively low for the state. The length of time on the list is 21% more than 30 years. And you can see by this graph that a bunch of those beneficiaries that are on the list in the 20 to 30 years jumped up since 2014. So when we asked applicants, what kind of house are you looking for? 54% said they would like a turnkey house, a lot with a single family house on it. Interestingly, this was 68% in 2014. This is followed by a lot with water, electricity, and sewer, but no house. So a lot with basic utilities, but no house at 22%. Followed by a single family house to rent with option to buy. And then you get into some of the options for apartments, rental units, etc. I was curious, so I also ran the data. We asked if they weren't able to financially qualify for a turnkey house, what would they want second? And 41% said they would like a single family dwelling to rent with an option to buy. And 33% said a lot with utilities but no house. And 6% said a townhouse. And there were smaller responses after that, as shown in the table, which reinforces, in my mind, that applicants really are looking for single family. So if they can't get their first turnkey, they still want a single family in some dwelling in some other form. The challenge that you face is working with applicants to fulfill their award desires. So even though household incomes have been going up, 51% of DHHL applicants are still below 80% HUD AMI, HUD area median incomes. And the reason we say 80% is that tends to be the level below that HUD has specific programs to assist in housing areas. So you can see, compared to the last time, the 51% has increased significantly. Now, on this chart, along the bottom is the HUD median income levels from less than 30% to 180% and above, and number of units. And I want to demonstrate that if you look at the green line, that shows the number of applicants who want a single family dwelling that they can own, regardless of HUD median income levels. So across the HUD spectrum, they all want single family dwellings. The next line below it is a own multifamily dwelling. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. And then the next line below that is to rent single family dwelling. But you can see the high demand for own single-family dwelling across all median incomes. So here's an example. I asked Andrew and Cedric, okay, give me an example of how much a house might cost at Kapolei, a turnkey. And they gave me an example of about 246,750 square foot house. So I just did kind of figuring out how much people would have to pay. You know, this seems like impossible for a market rate house. It's way too low, but still at the level, the monthly payments are over $1,000, assuming if you could do 20% down, which is pretty significant, your monthly payment would still be around $1,100 a month. A 10% down payment would be about $1,300 a month, and no down payment would still be around $1,400. That's at the current interest rate of about 3%. So SMS worked on segmenting your applicants into groups, whether or not they might need financial assistance to get their desired award, or may need assistance, or unlikely to need assistance. And it breaks out kind of about 12,000 plus will need assistance, 3,600 may need assistance, and almost 9,000 are unlikely to need assistance. And in this model, what do they mostly look like? Well, home ownership, 36% own, but most rent, 64% rent. The middle segment is 50-50. And in this unlikely to need assistance, most of them, almost 90%, already own their own home. They are currently paying with their monthly median costs kind of in the area or higher than what we show as the median monthly costs for that they're currently paying. But the difference is they would have to have a significant down payment. While this group, the unlikely to need assistance, could easily cover that amount, this is a group that tends to be the most picky about what they want because they already own their own house. We looked at what percent of each group was receiving government assistance. In this first column, 46% is receiving government assistance versus the last column, 22%. And that tended to be because they tended to be older. In the first group, 30% have applied and received a mortgage at one time, which versus 74% at the other end, which shows their level of experience with applying for and receiving a mortgage. The employment category, this column has 70% have adults employed full-time, and this one has about 75%. Looking at current age, this one has 33% current age above age 65 versus about 45% in the unlikely to need assistance. And then oh no, sorry. Okay. So I think what we're just trying to say is almost all the applicants want a turnkey house, but some of them are more able to do the financial side of it than others. And it tends to be a significant percent that will have challenges and that will need extra assistance to get the houses they desire. And we ask questions about whether they received an award and turned it down in the past. And there was a relatively small group that said they'd received it and turned it down. The primary reason they turned it down was for location. Location is especially important for those who are very likely to qualify. No down payment was higher for the group that was less qualified for their turnkey, as well as income too low to qualify for a mortgage. And then across the board, one of the concerns they all have is that they would have to relocate and find a new job to accept an award. That's your tricky part, is the location versus where they're currently living today. Vast majority, almost all, intend to pass their ward onto children or relatives. And of those children or relatives, about 32% are 50% Hawaiian in the less qualified group, and about 23% in the likely to qualify group. Do we have any questions about applicants, or should I just keep going through?
Faith, I think your PowerPoint dropped off the screen if you're.
Oh no, sorry.
There's just the last couple facts that you were going over.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
David, you got a question?
Yeah, only because if I don't ask it, I will forget. But you know, from a policy standpoint, it's interesting to me of your applicants, almost 50% already own their own home. And so, you know, when we look at the wait list, that kind of affects the way that I look at it, because if in fact 50% already have their own home, am I that worried about them getting off the list? I don't know, but I think from a policy standpoint, that should be something that we discuss. And then when you're looking at the other, you know, that one that you're saying, the characteristics, you know, you have haves and have-nots. A bunch of them are going to need assistance, right? Which
Right.
means they can't afford to get, they can't afford to get the product that the department is offering. But I don't understand how they got their home if they, you know, in the fee simple market, if they are going to have difficulty getting our product, because our product is so much cheaper than what's on the market.
Some of them in that category have owned their home for quite a while. And so they got it a while ago, quite a while ago. I receive personally calls when the survey goes out. I receive calls from some of the beneficiaries, and when I talk to applicants, frequently they're talking about not necessarily a house for themselves, but a house for their children. You know, so yes, I have a house, especially, by the way, some of the people on the mainland. Yes, I have a house, but I would like my children to live in Hawaii, or my children to live where I grew up.
Right. So but it does color how we move forward on our policy, right? Because the presentation was we have 30,000 people or so on the wait list. And so from a policy standpoint, if 15,000 of them own their own home, if there's so many that are going to come online, it really says, you know, maybe we should be focusing our efforts on the ones that are not going to be able to afford. And what is that product that we're going to be able to get to them? How do we get them off of the list? Because the other guys, they seem to be doing fine. You know, unlikely to need assistance. They're over 100 grand and they own their own home. May need assistance. They're over almost 120 grand a year. So, you know what I mean? Because to me, Prince Kuhio's dream was, or his desire was, to put people back on the land, right? And so if they have their own home, they're on the land already. They're not on Hawaiian homelands, but they're on Hawaiian land. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Can you guys see my PowerPoint now? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, but one question popped up. Mike?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Faith. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of delve into what you mentioned about the length of time on the wait list.
Okay.
So I was curious, is there any further deeper dive into the reasons for why all of our beneficiaries are on the wait list for X numbers of years? I mean, you can do the survey and you can ask a beneficiary or an applicant, how long have you been on the wait list? I think that's pretty straightforward, right? You can give a year. But I'm asking, is there any kind of survey that was performed or we can do to find out more down into the root reasons as to why so long for all of our different beneficiaries?
Yeah, good question. There's a couple things we could do a deeper dive on. I think the last time we did the study, we broke it out into profiling the beneficiaries more than 30 years or 20 years plus versus the newer ones. And we found, not surprisingly, the ones who are, let's say, less likely to, or more likely to need assistance, fall in the more than 30 years. These are the people who are really struggling, most of them really struggling financially, and they're the people who still want a turnkey award. DHHL is, for many of them, their dream of owning a piece of land and having a house where they can live in. So it's that combination. And we can run that analysis again for you based on this data, if you like.
Yeah.
The other, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. Keep on going, Faith.
The other thing to keep in mind is there's people sometimes don't know when they're receiving an option for an award. I'm joking. I think the last time we did the study, I said, can you guys please send out your notice of put in if you want to qualify for this house or something in a purple envelope or something, so that people, next time I do the survey, I can say, did you get a purple envelope from DHHL? I think they sometimes don't know when they're given an opportunity for an award, and they don't know what to do with it. And then, as you can see here, one of the problems is that even those who go through the process, put in their desire and get on a list, it's the lack of a down payment and their income to qualify for a mortgage is just too low, plus location. The way I always break it down is the people who are less qualified have to have a job, and they might not be able to afford it. For the people who are likely to qualify are very picky about where they want their new house to be. Plus, a lot of these applicants, as was pointed out earlier, already have a home, and several of them have quite large homes already. So whatever we offer would have to be better than what they currently have.
Oh, thank you, Faith. Yeah, it's my belief that if we can understand the root causes as to why it takes so long to get beneficiaries off the wait list, that's something that we could consider focusing more efforts on. We talk about, well, yeah, if we had more funding and we could do more infrastructure, build more homes, etc. That's true. But I think understanding root causes as to why folks are on the wait list so long is another point of information that I think could help us in decision making, focusing, and appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so this is off the record. I know nothing's off the record, but every time I read an article about your wait list in the newspaper, the part about needing to pay for the house or the unit never seems to get sufficient attention. So, it assumes, I don't know, some people that I talk to assume that you guys are just going to give it, that there's no financial qualifications required. So, there is a misperception out there.
Thank you, Faith. Dennis, then David, then Russell.
Yeah, I could probably answer, probably provide some input, Michael, on some of the reasons. I was on the wait list for 37 years. Of course, I was born and raised in the mainland. And I had several offers. And I think most people have been on the wait list for a long period of time, especially people who are in mainland, have had several offers. And one of the reasons that folks that are in the mainland, and I've owned several homes in the mainland at different times of my life, is that before the rules were changed where you could rent your home out, you had to quit your job and come to Hawaii, and now you've got to get a job. So you basically, you drop into the category of the have-nots with a home. And so that it's a financial decision. So as I move along and continue to wait, I have to go with the right opportunity. So that has a lot to do with that decision on, do you give up a job that you're doing real well with, help put your nest egg away, and then come to Hawaii after I retired from San Francisco and moved here. Financially, that was a better situation for me than to drop everything in 1984 and move to Keikaha and, probably work for a seed company for $10 an hour. So there's a lot of financial decisions that go into this. And I think that has a lot to do with people that have been on the list for a long time, especially people from the mainland. I know a lot of folks, there are communities in the mainland where a lot of folks, basically bring Hawaii to the mainland, but a lot of those folks want to get back to Hawaii. But as the economy continues to grow, prices get higher and higher and higher. All of a sudden now they're looking for, okay, I got to get something for my grandkids because there's no way I'm going to be able to survive back there. So that's sort of a little bit that I had to go through to make the decision when I wanted to come back to Hawaii.
Yep. Makes sense.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. That's helpful. I was just curious, Chair, do we know how many folks on the wait list are out of state? Currently residing out of state?
I don't know that information on hand, but we have it.
Yes.
We'll be able to provide that.
Yes, it's about 15%.
Thank you.
Okay, David, and then
Thank you.
Russell.
Yeah, so I think again we do need to look at the wait list from a policy standpoint, because while there are people living on the mainland and for very good reasons decide to stay there, like Dennis mentioned, the fact that they stayed on the wait list is being held against us as a commission and as a department. And so I think if we're able to break out the list into specific, like we're living on the mainland, so you can't qualify for the award, that's a little different. You own your home, that's a little different. And Faith, I was wondering, does your survey take into account the people that already have an award but are waiting, for example, for an ag award or a pastoral award? Because that's yet another category where people are already on the homestead, but they've been waiting. And I guarantee you, if they're on the pastoral, I don't care if they're on 30 years, they're going to wait another 30 years because we don't have any pastoral, to hand out. And so, but all of that gets held against us as well. And so it's really hard to understand how do you attack this issue unless we break it down into, bites that we understand. And so if, Faith, maybe you could just answer my question if this study includes people that already have an award, but thank you.
Yeah, yes, it does. And it includes it to a certain degree, but that's, I can break it out. I think in the report it has, but I don't think we have. So anyway, we know that about 22,000 are on more than one list. What I don't have, and Andrew and I were talking about it, is people who might have already received one award, gave that to their children, and went back on the list.
Right.
You know, that's probably a valuable piece of information to know, I would think.
Right. And then also from a policy standpoint, are we going to allow that, right? Because people keep getting back on the list. They pass it on to their one child, they go back on the list, or they go back on the list and buy from somebody else and pass it on to their kid and go back on the list again. And I know people that have done that 3 or 4 times. And so I think that kind of skews the way that people look at the list. But again, in all of these cases, we get blamed for that fact. Thanks.
Hi. Hi.
Is that
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Russell was next. Russell?
Hi, Faith. Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to go to the slide that had the different types of product, the one that had vacant and single family. And then it was a chart, so it had the different types of awards in the first column. No. Maybe it was earlier.
No, the different types of awards would be this one, of turnkey. This is what their first choice was for.
What was there?
Award.
Was there any? So there was you had a chart that showed unimproved lots, and that was the first option in the chart, and it showed that a certain percentage of people said that that's what they'd prefer to have.
Yeah, that's the one.
Was there any data obtained regarding the the apartment or townhouse type of product?
Yeah.
And whether somebody would accept that, or would they reject it in hopes of getting a vacant lot or a single family home award?
Right. A very good question. So that's why this year we dug in deeper. So we went from, you can see in this slide, which is their first choice. Turnkey was one. Second one was lot with utility, but no house, utilities, no house. Next one was single family house, rent to buy. And then finally we get to apartments, affordable rentals, condo rentals. Now, so then I said, okay, of those that want a turnkey, what would be their second choice? And their second choice, again, is still single family, but now we're up to about 6% who would take a townhouse and a duplex or fourplex, apartment suited for senior citizens. That's why, to a certain degree, I'm wondering if okay, so if it was my mom, I would sit down with her and say, okay, Mom, you're never going to qualify for a turnkey. Maybe you should think about an apartment suited for senior citizens, and I don't have to worry about you. No, I didn't say that, but you know what I mean? It's that
Is there any data on if someone was offered a apartment or a townhouse, and because of their financial ability, that's where they should be, but they would reject it because they're going to hold out hope that they're going to get a single family home? Is there any kind of correlation or?
Yeah, well, I can run that data for you, to kind of show you who would want what and what they said what they would qualify for and what they said they would want. And I can't tell you why they would want it, but in the brief conversations I've had, their hope, you really are fulfilling a dream for them to get their single family house on a piece of land. And until they can realize they may never get that, they're going to hold out for that, I think. But I don't have the data to give you the hope. I have the data to give you their options and what they would qualify for. I could do that.
Okay.
So- Yep.
Yeah, I'd be interested. And then David, I had a question for you. You mentioned the practice of passing on your award to your child and then going back on the list, and people doing that multiple times. How does that happen? How does that happen if there's a list outstanding? These people don't go to the back of the list when they go back on the list. They go to the front of the list. So how does that even how do they get through the list 3 times or in your, I think you mentioned.
Answer that.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if David's going to answer that, but when you have a lease and you give it up and you apply again, you go to the bottom of the list. I think what David was referring to was if anybody's 50% Hawaiian, they can purchase from a lessee.
Right.
Right. Give that to the child. Go back on the list, but it's not their being on the list that is allowing them to purchase that second home to give it to another child. It's the fact that they're 50%.
They qualify. Right?
Purchasing from another 50%er.
Okay, so the multiple pass to your child is more the purchase than the just being awarded a homestead from the department in all likelihood, because you wouldn't think somebody would work their way all the way from the bottom of the list to the top 3 times in a lifetime, right?
Yeah, it really doesn't have anything to do with the list. It has to do with your 50% Hawaiian and you qualify.
Got it.
So if there's a home up for sale, for instance, I bought my home on Craigslist. So I didn't have to be on the list, even though I was on the list. So I could buy this home. I have 2 children. I'll turn around and give it to them. Of course, they've got more Hawaiian than I do, so that's not a problem. But if they're, for instance, if they're less than 50%, they can't buy it outright, but I could give it to them. So what the issue is with people that are 50% is that a person with less than 50% gets their home before they're offered a home.
Yeah.
So if you got 15 kids, you got 15 options to get your kids ahead of everybody else on the list if they're less than 50%. And that's sort of the issue.
Yeah. The issue is those with means can do it and those without means cannot do it without getting some help from the department.
Yes, and if your children have good jobs, they just filter the money through Pops. Pops gets them their house, and then we keep going over and over and over.
Well, that's why the people without means, we have to offer a product that's more suitable to their means. But then I want to know, are they going to reject it because they're holding out for the dream instead of what the means?
We've sort
for
of
the dream.
Because it's taken so long to get people on land. We've sort of created the have and have-nots.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, but some people had to give up living in Hawaii so they could come back to live in Hawaii.
Well,
those are the haves. So it's a
Thank you,
sacrifice
everybody.
both ways. Yeah.
Hey, Russell, did you get your question answered?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay. So next on the list is Zachary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Faith. Good presentation. Question. On your survey, did you notice a lot of people turn down because they don't like the location? And what is that percentage? What was that percentage?
Okay, so of people who received an award or had the option for an award, of the likely to qualify, 58% turned it down. Of the less qualified, 47% turned it down. And
Because they did not like the location. Is that the reason?
Correct.
Okay, then my other question is, there is another list besides the waiting list, the long waiting list. It's a list of people that have chosen a particular location. Okay, for example, Molokai, but they're on the list for Ho'olehua. Now, that list, is that person on that list, is he on the long list as well?
Andrew, that's your question.
You know what I'm saying? So
I don't know. Andrew,
I think, Zach, you're referring to an area list versus an island
Area
list,
list, right.
right?
Island-wide
So-
or area.
Yeah,
So
area list.
The answer is you're technically on both, and I believe we have in the past, or we're about to, for some areas, merge the two lists so that there's one list. No, there's two. Paula, come to the table. Hang on a second. I'm going to bring Paula to the table to answer your question. I want to make sure the information is correct.
Yeah, right.
We're bringing the smarter Isla to the table.
I don't know about that. I take issue with that. You remain on the area list and also on the island-wide list when we do the offerings. So in order of priority, if there's a UI list, we would do UIs first, the area list, and then the island-wide residential wait list. If there's no UI list, then we'll do the area list first, and then the island-wide residential list.
So Paula, is that list or the area list, is that included in the total wait list?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Zach. Thank you. Like I said, I have to bring the smart one up to answer the question. Dennis?
Yeah, so when we talk about people on the wait list, for instance, there's people that signed up here for Wailua. Now, plans for Wailua are light years away. So when people say, I've been on the list for 37 years waiting for Wailua, it's like waiting for the coming of Christ. So what we end up with is a wait list that we can't fix because we don't have the funding for that specific project, or it's not a priority. So when we really look at the wait list, we sort of have to look at, you know, what's the reasonable wait list. And I think when you talk to legislatures or you talk to people that complain about the wait list, there are people who've been on the wait list for 37 years, but they're waiting for an area that we're probably not going to develop anytime soon. So that's some of the issue as well. So how we divide all this out so people have a better understanding. But again, you're on an island wait list, so there are other options on the island that you have probably turned down. Would be interesting to do a study on people that are on the wait list and how many times they've denied or turned down for whatever reason, because that's the real answer. We've made offerings, but you've not accepted for whatever reason, but we've made an attempt.
Yeah, Dennis, just quickly, Paula shared with me that some preliminary analysis that she done is it may be as much as 24 deferrals, simply for the number of reasons that we are discussing right now. Not ready, not in the right area, financially not ready. So that is part of our conundrum.
I'd also like to point out, commissioners, that when the department engages in developing its island plans, it does survey the wait list for that specific island to identify what their preferences are on that island in terms of a location. So those preferences get factored into where the department prioritizes lot development on the island in the island plan. Other factors that go into prioritization obviously are cost-related factors to development. So we try to marry beneficiary preference with cost-related factors in identifying priority areas to develop on each island in the DDGO island plans.
Understood.
Okay. Faith,
yes.
You want to continue?
Sure. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about lessees. I just want to show, so in the original, so for lessees, we broke it down to two categories, what I call traditional lessees and undivided interest lessees, you know, people who are still on the UI list who have not received an award yet, then they would have transferred. So just based on the lists we received from DHHL, this is how the numbers have looked over time. It is as it's intended that the UI list would keep going down and go into the traditional lessee list. So that's kind of how the numbers look over time based on the list provided. So here's a little bit about traditional lessees. Primarily they're residential and a few pastoral and a few agricultural. 91% have a home on their award, 68% with a mortgage, and 32% have paid off their mortgage. And there's a few who've had their mortgages paid by someone else, you know, frequently children or parents if the children are there. Demographics, interestingly enough, even though the applicant age went up in 2020, the median age for lessees is still at 62. So I was trying to figure that out, and I think what's happening is that some of the new lessees or the homes have been handed down to lessees who are younger. So the younger categories are kind of balancing that the older, some lessees are getting older. So the median age is still at 62, which is above the median age for applicants at 59. This time around, the average household size was 4.2, and there was more households with children than there were before. One thing I should talk about a little bit is also we're not really sure if there was a COVID impact, you know, if there's more households with children because more people are coming to live with their parents or grandparents, which may have been the case in increased household size when we took the surveys in the fall. Median household income also increased to about $75,000, and 88% of households have one or more adults employed full-time, primarily in services, a variety of different types of services, construction. So there's a lot of employment still going. And this was taken in the fall. So even though there was a level of unemployment, it wasn't actually as high as I would have expected. Even with that higher income for lessees, you still have over half of the households at or below HUD 80% area median income. As you can see by this chart, really the under 80s have increased over the last 2 or 3 iterations of the survey. And why is that important? It's because really there's quite a few homes that are in need of repair, but this year 31% need minor repairs and 16% need major repairs. And that tends to correlate, I think, with the age of the home. Not surprisingly, the newer homes are probably excellent, but the older homes are probably in need of repair. And those people who are below 30% HUD AMI, the green lines, are not surprisingly the people who need the major repairs. They just haven't been able to afford major repairs like roof issues or pipes or those kinds of significant investments. So not surprisingly, people with major repairs, 72% can't afford to pay. It's just consistent with their HUD AMI that they can't afford to pay. So, and 51% can't afford to pay for minor repairs. The lower levels are people who pay by other means, bank loans or with cash. Vast majority of lessees plan to pass their lease to children or relatives. 30% of their heirs are still 50% or more Native Hawaiian. 55% are 25 to 49% Native Hawaiian, so that next level down. And then we start getting into the lower percentages. Undivided interest lessees, just a couple, oops, there we go. There's 802 undivided lessees. Their median age is 57, up a little from 55, younger than traditional lessees. More of them are working. Their median income is higher than traditional lessees and applicants. But there is a group that 20% receive food stamps and 30% currently live in public assisted housing. You know, I think somebody mentioned earlier, this is a good example of the have and have nots. So, you know, you have 51% that are homeowners and 38% that are renters, and some live in public housing. For this group, there was a significant increase in home ownership. In 2014, 38% were homeowners. This time around, 51% are homeowners. So that has really changed. Here again, their first choice, for a house is similar to what you saw earlier in the applicant survey. 51% would like a turnkey house. 40% would like a lot with infrastructure but no house. And that one really increased. It was 27% in 2014. Now it's up to 40%, whereas turnkey came down a little bit from 57 to 51%. 61% said they expect their lot or house to be ready in 1 to 2 years, and 80% said they expect to be financially ready when the lot is available. So that's kind of how they're looking at the opportunities. So just in a high-level summary, what we talked about, applicants of all income levels want a single-family dwelling, and that it's the challenge that was pointed out of meeting different sets of needs with what they want. Undivided interest lessees appear to be more financially ready to accept an award. Current lessees have the challenge of maintaining their homes, especially those in older communities who have fewer financial resources. And Kamehameha Schools is the Native Hawaiian organization connected with more beneficiaries. And as was pointed out in the earlier presentation, that will likely grow by the next iteration of the study. Thank you. That's very brief. I have a very long report if you care to read it sometime.
Additional questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Faith, thank you very, very much. This was very enlightening. I think many of us didn't see this coming, so we still need some time to digest it.
Okay, good. And you have good data. We have a lot of data that we can slice and dice a lot of different ways. So please ask your questions to Andrew, and we can do a lot more in depth. And I will follow up on the ones I said we would. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank
And
you.
Commissioners,
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Commissioners, I just wanted to point out that Faith's very, very long and interesting report is in your commission packet.
In case you have trouble going to sleep tonight. Thank you.
Mahalo. Mahalo very much.
Mahalo.
All right.
Okay, we'll go to agenda item G4 next.
Aloha, Commissioners. Item G for the DHHL Agriculture Program Plan survey results. So pivoting from item G3, which primarily focused on residential needs of our wait list, item G4 focuses on the agriculture aspect of our wait list and our agricultural lessees. So with me today, I have Julie Cachola from the Planning Office, as well as Glenn Tevez from the University of Hawaii College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources Department. Julie will take us through the presentation.
Okay. Aloha, everyone. Oh, wait. How do I? Let me share my screen. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so this is an informational briefing on the DHHL Agriculture Program Plan Survey results. I want to start by apologizing for the draft nature of what I submitted in the packet, and committee that the report will be sent to you shortly. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank the over 700 beneficiaries that took the time to fill out the survey and to share their thoughts of agriculture and homesteading. When staff took the survey, we timed it at 5 to 7 minutes, but we found out that the survey respondents actually took an average of 38 minutes to complete the survey, which tells me that they really did spend a lot of time thinking about their responses and and writing them up. So I wanted to mahalo the beneficiaries for their time on that. Let's see. How do I forward this? There we go. I'm sorry, do you see page 2 now?
Mine says it can't display content.
Yeah, mine's the same.
Mine's the same.
Why is that, do you think?
I don't know, we're looking.
I think we're all looking at the same thing. It's not going through, Julie.
Okay, good.
Okay, we can see it in our computer and our screen, but commissioners cannot. Judy, do you want to send it to us and we can try to put it up?
Sure.
I think in the meantime, we can just talk about the context of the survey. So in August, the staff presented an informational submittal both on the CTAR extension agent progress on Hawaii Island, as well as an update of the department's efforts to develop its agricultural program plan.
Who do I send this to? Sorry. Who am I emailing?
Cedric. Send it to Cedric.
Because of COVID-19, we had to modify our outreach methods. And one of the ideas that we developed was to administer a survey, in particular to reach out to applicants, because typically applicants are not necessarily the demographic that most shows up to our meetings. It's usually lessees that typically show up more often to our outreach meetings. So we decided to do a survey. And that survey, as Julie mentioned, was administered during the last fall. I think the other thing we wanted to present as part of the presentation was a video that our Information and Community Relations Office produced as part of this effort. So it helped to provide the context to survey applicants about why taking the survey is important. So we could play that now while we figure out the PowerPoint presentation technical issues. Oh, I think he had it queued up.
Got it. Oop, by the way. Okay, we can see it now.
So he had me background in agriculture. He understood agriculture. So I think that was a really important part. Agriculture needs to be the way to kickstart the Howard Games here. To get them onto the land, all of this knowledge coming back to them from the FEMA, when to plant, what to plant, how to plant. This of me knowledge in the back of their mind. It's in there. Just gotta bring them out. They had to show that the Hawaiians could subsist on the land and make something of it. So they started in Kalamo'ula, Kalanianaole colony, and things were going well. They were clearing land, they were farming, and then the well went salty. The Ola Ola well went salty from pumping too much water. So what they had to do was open up other lands in Ho'olehua. And so a lot of the homesteaders in Kalamo'ula had detached lots in Ho'olehua. And at that time, Ho'olehua was dry. It didn't have water. Water would be available certain times of the week. They would have to carry water. It was a struggle. And it got so bad where there was so much drought that the community came together, the elders, and then we would fast and pray for rain. And then they would plant. And the early efforts were successful. And so when the Department of the Interior came to Molokai and they saw these crops, corn and squash, watermelon, and things like that, they said, okay, the program is a success. So from that effort became this larger effort of 200,000 acres set aside for homesteading. So I think those early homesteaders did everybody a big favor.
It's nice to be on the farm where my wife is a lessee, Melva, and we are actually fulfilling Kohio's vision in that you need to bring life from the aina. Kohio's vision was not only getting people back on the land, but also bringing life forth from it, which is why in the early pilot program, he specifically chose people who knew how to do that, because they needed to demonstrate to Washington, D.C. that Hawaiians still had the tie to the land and could bring life back from the land.
In the previous administration, there was a wanting to move towards more agricultural homestead awards and get more involved in agriculture. In order to do that, we decided we needed an ag program plan to help guide the people part. Our land use plans kind of guide where ag should go, where ag would be suitable, but we don't, as a department, really have a good framework or policy on how we provide comprehensive ag programmatic supports. So we do have several ag homestead communities that are being planned currently. We completed the final environmental assessment for Honomu in Hawaii Island. We have plans ongoing on Kauai, in Pu'uopai, in Waimea, Hanapepe, and Anohola for Kuleana Ag Awards. We also have ag plans on Maui, in Pu'ehunui, and in Honopo'ai for additional ag. We have reshifted our focus from exclusively residential homestead awards to agricultural homestead awards. So the need for this ag program plan is critical because it'll help guide how we can onboard new lessees to be more successful when they receive their homestead award.
In traditional terms of agriculture, and when I say that, I mean Western terms, the idea is to get a tractor, plow the field, plant some vegetables, and then harvest the vegetables, and then repeat again and again and again. In the present view, it's very difficult for someone with a full-time job to fulfill the requirements of 2/3 cultivation in our ag lots, which is why we're contemplating and implementing subsistence ag. So someone is not required to cultivate 2/3.
And I think when you look at our land use designations, you have residential, and then you have this thing called subsistence ag. And it was like, well, what is this? It's a land use. Yeah, we have ag, we have general ag. What is subsistence ag, right? And so I think somebody felt that it needed to be better defined. And so we're gonna go into a smaller lot, start small with what you like to eat, start there. You know, so you don't have to go grocery shopping so much. Grow your food for your family. Well, whatever you like to eat, grow it. And that became the subsistence. And so we got rid of the 2/3 cultivation requirement. And you can build a house if you want, but that's not even the requirement. The requirement is cultivation. So what this allowed, and that's why it was so exciting when we went out with subsistence agriculture, it's like, don't worry, you don't need the bank sign off on this. You don't need to pre-qualify for a loan. You need to want to cultivate. And so, and coupled with that is we decided you can't just hand out a lease and expect them to step into place and want to do ag. We have to provide a programmatic supports. We have to help them to get to the point where, like, okay, I get how to deal with my soil. I get how to deal with my pests. I get how to do harvest, or just help them to understand what they need to learn, what they need to know. And so develop a training program. And then when we talk about training, we're thinking, actually, they don't need to have the land for that. We could actually have that training happen while they're still waiting in line. And so when they get the award, they're ready to go, right?
So you gotta build that bond with that land. And now you're gonna be able to say, okay, I'm gonna put my house over here. And then I'm gonna be able to say, I need to fence the area because got pigs or got deer, like in Holyoke got deer problems. So you want to be able to plan. It's not like I'm gonna get out there and I'm gonna plant. You're gonna plant something, you find out that was the road. So you gotta get a feel for the area. You gotta feel for the slope, where the water gonna run through. Put your house on the safest piece of land over there.
Well, I'm growing dryland taro. The type of taro we are growing is lehua. It's both good for the fruit and also the leaf. If you want to use the leaf for luau and whatever. And then I'm growing some long beans and okra, eggplant, and wing beans. You have to already plan and set your goals prior to you getting the lot. And I think that's really important because you just can't get into this type of business and without a plan. Okay, to me, I think we kind of knew what we wanted to do with our property. My family, my wife and I, we already had a plan to go ahead. Okay, the part of the land we're going to farm, part of the land we're going to build our home. We're going to raise pigs. We're going to raise cows, goats, and we did all that, and we're still doing that.
And you don't have time to do traditional ag. What you can do is you can plant, as you see surrounding me here, you can plant fruit trees. In Waianae's case, there's a couple of different species that does really well out in Waianae. So you can see the citrus. There's an orange behind me that is doing great. It's a low acid orange. There are lemons over there. There's tangerines over there. There's five-finger fruit, star fruit over there. Papaya. We have other tangelos and other Mexican limes on the side over there. It didn't take a tractor. It didn't take heavy mechanized system. It took o'o and a shovel and somebody watering every 4 days.
It'd be great for the family. They can come out and put some cucumber, put some taro in, maybe even some hydroponics. They can do hydroponics instead of working on the ground. I think a variety, and then maybe some flowers, some hanging pots. Because I've seen people having small little lots, like 200 by 200, and produce a lot of squash, cucumbers. So I think all along those lines, what you don't have to go to the store for would be beautiful. Lettuce, tomatoes. I think all those crops, of course, but you gotta have some taro in there. So taro, and Hawaiians always like to have some tea leaf. Use the land. That's the whole thing. Use the land to its potential. Because the land that I've been blessed with by God and Hawaiian Homes, I'm using every part. And then I find that I'm actually following the act, trying to keep the land nice, work the land, make the land productive. So to the new lots, make it productive.
I once had probably about 300 different varieties of taro. Today, we probably got 60, 65 if we're lucky. We lost them all along the way. Most of the taro is not purple. Most of the Hawaiian taro is white and maybe pink. And then we have a few, maybe less than a handful of yellow taro. And so we lost the taro. I mean, if you don't grow them, it's not something you can go down to the supermarket and buy taro huli. You got to go get them from a neighbor, from a family member, and you got to keep on planting them because it doesn't have seeds. So, but it's amazing to think that this huli you got here, somebody was planting them 500, 600, 700 years ago. I mean, that is just amazing. So that's part of our legacy. I mean, that's our older brother.
And I think there's nothing more productive than when you can put your sweat equity into something and you watch something grow and you harvest that thing and you can eat it. Your family is sustained by that, but then you can give it to your neighbors and other family members. I mean, that is to me the whole pinnacle of wealth in our, and well-being in our community when you can do it. You have so much food, you can give it away. You know what I mean? You can share. This is not just food that you picked up off of the shelf. Food that you put your heart and soul into, and that was, that was nurtured by this beautiful place and created something that is going to now sustain your body and your family. I think that is like the ultimate of wealth, in many of our Hawaiian communities. And putting that back into these families, I think, is really important.
So the importance of this survey is really, it's our first opportunity to cast a wide net for our ag applicants and our ag lessees to better assess what their needs are and better assess where they're at in terms of being a farmer or in terms of utilizing their ag homestead. So it's important because we haven't done a specific survey for ag in at least a decade. So we want to be able to better assess and better collect information from our beneficiaries about what their needs are related to agriculture.
For the people that currently have land, for some of them, there are things that are keeping them from being successful. And we know what some of those things are, but there are other things that we may not really have an idea as to what it is that's holding them back. And if you can fix that one deficit that they have the potential to take off. But if they don't have that, then they're going to continue to be stuck. And so I think that's one of the reasons why we need the survey for the existing lessees. But for the applicants, I think it's even more important because it's kind of a two-way street. Some of it is we want to provide with an opportunity to think about, what kinds of issues there might be. And then I think that it's important for the applicants to have opportunities to learn before they get on the land. So when we take the survey, we can find out what things our applicants already know and what they need to know so that they can be successful when they get on the land. Because I want them to get onto the land and be able to just start running.
For the first time, we're saying, look, the department wants to help you out in this process, but we don't really know how to help. And so we're saying, what areas do you need help in?
Once we have that information, then ideally we can take that information and say, okay, well, these are the things that our applicants need so that they can be successful. And so we can create tools for them so that while they're waiting on the list, they have opportunities to learn how to farm. And it might be container gardening, but any of these smaller things so that then they have some experience, they have some successes. And then, time goes on, they get their award and they've already had these agriculture successes and I know how to do this. And so it's not quite as overwhelming.
I think it's critical for them to put an honest effort into the survey because this is the future. This is their future in terms of what kind of resources are going to come in from Hawaiian Homes and other places to address these priorities. So it's critical that everybody really put an honest effort into pondering these questions and answering it in a way that can benefit them. Every Prince Kuhio Day, there's a celebration. I've never attended the celebration. My celebration is to work the Aina. Okay, this is back to Prince Kuhio. On Prince Kuhio Day, I work the Aina to tell him thank you.
All right. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. They've been loud.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. So we can actually, now that we've seen the film, we can move forward. I was just kind of laying the context of the survey is supposed to inform the ag program plan. And, you know, we've had many different ways over the last 100 years that we've dealt with agriculture. And so this, and right now we have the opportunity, we've changed our rules to add subsistence agricultural lease, and we're doing master plans for different subsistence agriculture communities. So it really, you know, we need to, as Andrew said, we need to put that ag program plan in place. So did we skip a slide? Is this? Okay, purpose of survey, next one, sorry. So, wait. Something is wrong here. Is there a purpose of second slide, Cedric? There we go. So the purpose of the survey is is to inform the ag program plan. And what we wanted to do is look for, you know, what are the beneficiaries' desires and aspirations for their ag lot? You know, what is the role of ag in rehabilitation? What constitutes success really in an ag lot? We wanted to identify the obstacles and challenges, and then identify programmatic supports or areas of targeted assistance that DHL can provide or facilitate other providers to provide kind of help to make successful Native Hawaiian farmers, right? To make our lands productive. So basically, what are the desires? What are the obstacles and challenges? And so how can we craft programmatic solutions? Okay. Specifically from the ag lessees, okay, we saw two beneficiary groups, and we felt that they would have different needs. From the ag lessees, we're looking at, you know, how are they currently using their ag lot? Are they living on their lot or not, right? What are the top 3 issues that have prevented them from farming their ag lot? What level of agriculture experience do they have? You know, what kind of facilities in the community could be helpful for them, and what kind of agricultural assistance could be helpful for them as individuals. For the, go ahead, for the next group, the applicants, we wanted to see, you know, if you get your lease in the next 2 years, how are you going to use your lot? What's your plans? You know, what kind of agricultural activities would you pursue? What kind of crops are you interested in growing? And we are interested too in what level of agriculture experience do they have, right? Background in agriculture. And then, like the lessees, what are the top 3 issues that they foresee that could prevent them from farming their lot? What is the most important area of educational training that they see that they need personally? And what kind of agriculture infrastructure do they think would support what they want to do on their ag lots? So that's kind of like specifically the kind of questions that we're probing from the 2 different beneficiary groups. So we had like with most of our planning, we do face-to-face consultations. So we had scheduled, we're going to go out statewide to conduct all of these meetings. And then then we had the situation with COVID. So we decided to do a different methodology. So we did invitation postcards, which you saw in the video, which invited them to participate in providing their input via their survey. We sent out a total of 16,470 postcards. So 15,000 applicants and about 1,000 ag lessees went out at the end of July. And then they're asked to view the video, which you just saw, and then they're asked to take the online ag program plan survey. And so this is the results. Basically, we did the mail out, 16,000 got mailed out. And from the surveys, we got 65 back from the lessees and about 600 back from the applicants. Not a lot of not really big numbers. But when I looked more into the data, then I felt better. Go ahead on the next slide. So what this shows you is the applicant wait list, all applicants, right? You see the proportion. I just wanted to point out that our respondents to the survey are in relatively the same proportions as the reality with the applicants. So I thought that was good, that we don't have the big numbers, but at least they're in the right proportions in terms of the representation. And so the next slide. This is the lessee pool. And so it's a smaller pool, but again, it's relatively good representation in terms of the distribution of the actual ag lessees over geography. What happened was we got a little less respondents, proportion of respondents from Big Island, and we got more respondents from Maui. So Maui is actually 6% of the population, but they had 14% of the respondents were from Maui. Big Island should have got 47, but they responded at a rate of 39%. So relatively close to the real distribution, but so that's kind of how it breaks down in terms of the respondents. Go ahead. So now I'm going to present some of the results in terms of the two pools. So for the applicant intentions, we asked them, if you got a lease in 2 years, how do you intend to use your lot? And from the results, most of them want to farm and build a home. They want to do both things. 11% would transfer it, and that's because they've been on the list for so long that they feel that they're not of the age that and their physical body is not at the point where they can really do agriculture. So they're looking at transferring it to a family member. Only 7% said that they wouldn't build a house, that they would just do farming, right? And 2% said, well, all I want to do is build a home. They don't want to do farming. So the majority really understands that it's about cultivation and, living on the land, living on the lot. When we asked them specifically what kind of agriculture activities were they interested in doing, 72% are saying, subsistence and gardening level, right? Only 11% said that they're interested in going to the commercial farming level. 2% said they didn't want to do any of the agriculture activities. And 15% had other ideas. And those ideas include, animal husbandry. They want to raise chickens. They want to raise pigs. They want to look at specialty items, medicinal plants, coffee. They had different permaculture. Somebody wanted to do a mini ahupua'a. So they had, other ideas. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. One more time, I think. So we asked them what kind of crops are they interested in growing, and we gave them multiple choice. And I should say that, you know, these questions had a mix of multiple choice and open-ended questions. So what I'm reporting are the easier, you know, multiple choice questions. We find that when we ask about the crops, you know, majority of them want to do vegetables, diversified ag. You know, some of them really want to look at more traditional cultural crops. And the fruit trees, the orchards, you know, less maintenance kind of crops. Go ahead to the next slide. So we also asked what is their level of farming experience. And you know, most of them don't have a lot of farming experience. And some of them have a little bit. They've grown a garden, you know, for their family. They have had some experience working in a garden type format. But most of them don't have any farming background. It was interesting to note, though, that there are a few that have a lot of good background. I was surprised actually at how many of them, you know, come with good understanding and background on agriculture. So there are these people with expertise, even though there's not a lot of them. So the majority of the population will come in with no experience. Go ahead. So we asked them what are their top 3 issues, and so the top 3 issues, when they look at the main issue, they come up with land by far, right? These are for the applicants, they're not on land. A lot of them are trying to grow where they are, but they're just not, they're not in a situation where they can grow. But when you ask them, well, then what's the second most important issue? Then all these other aspects come into play: capital, money. You know, they feel they can't do anything without money, and of course, agriculture needs water, right? You grow something, it needs water. So the 2 comes up right after land as something that is integral to the agriculture. To do agriculture is the capital and the water. And then the education and training starts popping up. By the time you come to the third issue that's most important, you can tell that they've given some thoughts. They're thinking about it, and they end up back at money. You know, they're like, well, whichever way you're going to go, you're going to need to have money to do this. And we're going to need to have some education and training because we don't have this experience. And related to education and training is support services. So it's like being able, having that support behind them in terms of what they have to achieve on the land. So these are the top 3, how it broke down for the applicants in terms of their top 3 issues. Go ahead. Okay, so now we're making the break into lessees. With lessees, we asked them first, you know, are you living on your lot or not? And 54% said that they were. I thought it was interesting, the split. I thought more ag lessees were actually living on the land. I didn't expect that so many of them weren't. We asked them, well, what kind of ag activities are you doing on your ag lot? And, you know, 21% saying that they're not doing any kind of farming or gardening or any kind of activity, basically. 24% are doing farming, and 17% are doing gardening. So, you know, they are doing something on the land. And this other category, we're not like what they're saying, that they're doing other agriculture activities. But it just it really stands out to me, the 21% of them not doing any farming or ag activities. Go ahead.
Julie?
Mm-hmm.
What is other made up of? Because that's 38%, and I don't know what other is compared to.
Yeah, so that one, I have to look at that. They have so let me tell you that the report is like 20 pages long on this, but the attachments are like, I'm at over 150 pages of text, of narrative, you know, responses to all these questions. So they're really taking the time to write everything out, and we let the field expand. So I don't have the crib notes on that right now for that category, but it will be
Okay,
popped out.
when we do, could you send that around? I would just be curious. Thank you.
Yes.
Julie, this is Dennis here in Kauai, and just cruising our farm lot areas. That other category, if they're not growing anything, would be. I know there's several areas up there they're raising pigs and they have goats and they have cows and stuff like that in their lot. So it seems like that may a good portion of that other category from what I see in our neighborhood.
They're really specific, and I just don't want to say if I'm not sure which category of narrative that it should belong to, so I can be certain. Yeah. Go ahead.
Commissioners, I can't see your hands because we're watching the presentation. So if you have questions, just go ahead and ask them.
Okay. For the lessees, we asked them as well what were their three main issues, and so we have the for the lessees, the main issue being capital and money. You know, being able to buy things so that they can get their farm going, get started, right? Their second most important issue is it actually creeps, so water gets involved. And this is interesting to me because these are existing lessees. So it wasn't surprising that for existing lessees, the capital and money would be the top issue. Because they've had an opportunity to do something. And so I'm thinking that it's because they don't have the means to do it. And I guess, you know, they're looking for support services by the third category. And I have to identify these other categories because they're so prominent here in the same way. But it's interesting to me that the needs for education and training and support services are almost identical for the existing lessees and the applicants, which I think we thought they would be different, but it turns out that they're very much the same. They're at the same point, essentially. Go ahead. We asked the existing lessees, like, what kind of facilities would be helpful for their community? And when you get to me, this kind of distribution, which is an even distribution, it's basically saying, you know, we don't know any of the above kind of things. So we identified farm training center, farmers market, post-harvesting processing facility, and a community kitchen for value-added products. I thought it was surprising that 14% of them said, you know what, we don't need community facilities. I thought that was very surprising that they wouldn't, that they saw no role for that. Go ahead. What kind of agricultural assistance would be helpful for them as individuals was this next question. And again, you have this even distribution of responses, which kind of tells me that, you know, it's all over the map. They need all of the above, really, is what this is telling me. But so you have agriculture training workshops, individual technical assistance, marketing assistance, assistance to develop value-added products, and setting up your own farm, like site planning. And so I think when you break it down like this, what I saw is they're saying, oh yeah, we need that, and we need this, and we need this. And so anything we put out there, people are like, yeah, we need all of that.
Julia, let me comment a little bit on that, just understanding, you know, our farming community up here. These folks have been on their farms for a long time. They're probably kupunas now. The median income out here is probably not enough to pay their water bill. So when they say they need everything, yes, they do.
Yeah.
From what I can understand in talking to some of the community, I mean, there's a lot of farm lots out here, and there's a lot of people don't live on their lots. A lot of them are empty, as you well know. Is that my understanding is years ago when this whole farm program started, that there was a program set up through the department. There was equipment and a farm, I guess, association. That person had purchased equipment. The equipment is supposed to be shared. I guess after a while, people said, oh, things aren't growing. I can't get the equipment when I need it, and so on and so forth. The plan sort of just faded away. And since no one was held to their farm plan, everybody just said, well, just, let it go. And I think that's sort of what happened. My concern is that I don't know if we could revive farming, because I think it's going to be too expensive. But I think what we can do, and I've mentioned this several times, the chair, is that look at these areas. Well, first of all, any additional lots that we haven't issued, we should look at those lots as subsistence ag and not farm lots, because there are farm lots here that are 7, 10, 9 acres that have nothing on it but a home. And we have a lot of people on the wait list, a lot of people on the ag list. And I know that we're just cleaning up our system, and we're expanding the water system, the end of Hokulele Road, and there's like 200 acres out there that have not been issued. And I'm hoping that planning is looking at that as subsistence ag and not farm lots, because farm lots, like I say, they don't have the income to do what we need to do. What we would have to do as a department or as some type of nonprofit is get the equipment, get the training, and start there, and then go on each lot and say, okay, here's what we could do for you. Now you're going to have to maintain this. And I don't even know if they have this infrastructure maintained, because like I said, most of them are kupuna. Kids don't want to do the farming. So it's sort of conundrum, but I think it can be fixed if we went to subsistence ag, and subsistence ag, I think, will move. It'll take more people off the list. It'll also give us that opportunity for a smaller lot, reduce our water bill because we have more people paying the water now. So I think that might be the fix. But that's sort of the history I'm getting from people that I talk to that have farm lots that haven't really done anything. I can only think of one lot in all of these farm lots out here that actually has a plumeria farm. And I think that's about the only one. The neem farm, that sort of went under the weather when he couldn't make that going. So, but anyway, that's sort of the history of Anahola that I could find out.
That's kind of like the history everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we asked them what kind of agricultural assistance would be helpful for them as individuals. Okay, I did go over this, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. And then we asked them to rate their farming experience. So 44% said that they had some farming experience. Oh my voice. And 18% said they had no farming experience, and they're still on, these are ag lessees. Go ahead. We asked about educational training, what they want, and they're down to basics. Oh, and I should mention that this question was asked of both the lessees and the applicants, so it's a larger pool. Basic agricultural training. It was interesting about the site planning, about how to plan your site out, the slope, how do you work with the sun and the path of the sun, and so there's a lot of people that want to get that better. And on ag lots, they'd be building their own home. So that's why the third one comes up in terms of how do you build your own home, what's involved. For agriculture infrastructure, I thought, these are a lot of the ag lessees, actually, they weren't the majority of the population, but they're saying that, even though they've been there for a long time, they need constant kind of assistance because things happen, right? And so they're the key word there is ongoing agricultural training and technical assistance. And you can read the rest. Basically, value added products, how they can make more money off of the product, community processing facilities, like farmers markets too, and the marketing assistance component. So just to kind of get an idea of what they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
Julie.
Yeah.
Julie and Andrew, I think an idea is to keep the subsistent lots no less than 2 acres and no more than 5. I think that would be a reasonable size for people that are thinking about not basically farming, but subsistent farming.
Yes. Subsistence, I think, are under 3 acres. So it is a smaller lot, and they are not required to do the 2/3 cultivation, but they are required to do some cultivation. We have to define like what that is and how would they be compliant. I just wanted to provide some background information and like for I think what you're saying about the awards and in Kauai. So this is like the history of Homestead Awards for ag lease awards is the red line over time. And so there was a time when we had more ag awards, but basically very low amount of awards. There was a respondent that said that he got on the list when he was 18 years old and he's 50 something right now. And every year he prints it up and looks at his number, and it hasn't moved. And so that's basically, the problem. We haven't issued any ag leases for at least 10 years. The last award was in Kilkea, and that was in 2010. Go ahead. So that chart on the awards over time resulted in this chart, which is our existing ag homesteads. So we have 14 ag homesteads across the state. This is where ag lessees are. I've identified the year as to when that first lot was awarded in that area and the number of lessees in the area to give us the total of 942 lessees existing, and then our island-wide totals. So that award chart over time, this is what we have. Next slide. When we include the applicants, you see the darker areas, that's the ag lessees that we just looked at in that chart. The green is the ag applicants. And the problem is because we haven't made awards recently, so it just keeps on growing. And for me, when I talk to beneficiaries, it's easier for me to relate these kind of numbers to them. I tell them, for every one of you, there's 5 out there waiting on the list, right? For lessees to applicants. So I just thought I'd provide that ratio here. So it's interesting to note that in Molokai, because we have so many existing ag lessees, the ratio is for every 1 lessee, there is 2 out there waiting for an ag award. But when you get to, areas like, Maui, and where we only have 60 ag awards, and there's this huge list. And so, for every lessee, there's 66 of them outside, that are qualified on the list waiting. And so that kind of gives a different way to look at this kind of order of magnitude of, what we're looking at in terms of the wait list. Go ahead.
Julie,
just want to, yes.
Yeah, so I noticed there was about 800 plus applicants on the waiting list for ag on Molokai. So besides money or capital, I think the biggest concern right now that we have on Molokai is water availability. So just to point that out.
And it's a good point because different geographies, right? Different areas will have different issues. And so that's also goes back to the island plan when we actually start designating the lands, where are the ag lands, and we've looked at that. So different areas would be more conducive, which is why we're looking at Onomo, for instance, where there's so much rainwater that comes every year that, it should help out in the water situation. But not all of our lands have that kind of rainfall. And so when we look at the specific homestead areas, when we do the master planning is when we kind of look at what we need to provide to make it more viable for agricultural use. I just want to, in this survey, we're able to pick up on time, kind of like how long they were on the list, the compelling issue of time, I say. The average age of the agricultural applicants is, for all applicants, like 61 years old. For the survey respondents, a little bit more, they're 61.5 years old. The average number of years on the wait list for all applicants is 22 years. For the survey respondents, they've been on the list for 23 years. And it's interesting, I've never really looked at the length of time the ag lessees have their ag lease. And to discover that, for all ag lessees, they've been holding on to, they've been at the property for 36 years. For the lessees that responded to the survey, they've been on the land for, they've had their lease for 44 years. So it's just interesting to note about time.
So Julie, can I make a comment on this slide? So it's pretty obvious that the survey respondents, or all the applicants that responded, are in their 60s right now, early 60s, but been on the wait list for 20 plus years. So their intention at 40 years old was, I'm going to go do some farming. But the reality is, if we gave them an ag lease now, you're going to have the same problem with the survey or the ag leases that are on their lease for 36 years, and only 15% are actually farming.
That's
so right. that feeds my discussion about the subsistence ag lots, that we don't want to go back into farming lots when we should really be focusing on, because at 60 years old, if somebody gets a lot now, they're not going to farm.
Yeah.
They're going to subsistence ag.
Yeah.
Just want to make that point.
And that is what they tell us too. Some of them have family members that would come and help them, but a lot of them say, you know what, forget the award, give it to somebody that's young, a young Hawaiian that can do something on the land.
Exactly.
But there's some kind of there's something about the intimacy of reading through and compiling and analyzing what beneficiaries choose to write about as they complete our survey questions, that in their own time and space, in their own area, and they contemplate this opportunity for a homestead award. They contemplate how it's going to affect their family, their current situation, and their grandchildren and beyond, and they want so desperately to leave a legacy for their ohana. They really do. And I want to say, it becomes an occupational hazard in a way to sit there reading about their situation and their dreams and their future and the promised land that is right there, really, and the reality of time just slipping by, and you get frustrated and you question why, and eventually you end up with figuring out how are we going to do this? How are we going to do more with less? How are we going to expedite access to this land that's right in front of us? How can we garner our resources and equip our beneficiaries with what they need to do this? And the whole time thing. How do we combat these sands of time? How can we bring our power and resources to meet them halfway? And that's what I saw. They need just to be provided that leg up, that little push to establish that momentum in the communities, in their families, in themselves, right? And one thing that is clear to me at this point is, we need to resonate with our people at this point. Nobody wants the record player that keeps skipping at the same spot, that we can't do it, or all the reasons why we can't. Surely we have the resources and we understand what we need to do and the political might to be able to pull this through and puka through for our people. And I feel like the residential situation is kind of sewn up. We know what the obstacles are there, but agriculture, we have the opportunity to do a little bit more. We can be a little bit more creative. We can and really answer the call of the people to get them on the land, and so they can establish their downline and their legacy for the future. You know, it's a heavy thing, and when you see the the kind of comments that have come in, you will see what I'm talking about. But basically, you know, this presentation was to give you the results of the survey, and the survey is going to feed the ag program plan. And I guess that's the upward and onward push that I want to say, is that it's, you know, it's the ag program plan that we want to focus on now, and what we can do there in terms of really addressing all of these needs in the past that we know about, you know, and the opportunity in front of us.
Yeah, I just like to say, I think what we may want to explore is to get information out to people that have put in for agricultural leases, that sort of gives them an idea of what it costs to really put in a infrastructure. Right now we have turnkey homes. You got to have so much money for turnkey homes. We may want to look if you want this piece of property and it's going to be used as an ag lot, then you need to provide some kind of an investment. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And I think that's what's happened in the past. I've never seen a farm plan, but I know if you talk to one person, he made a copy of the guy's next door. As you go to the next guy, he made a copy next door and said, "This is all you need." They approve it. But the problem is nobody enforced it. Yeah. So we have a bunch of land that's empty. And now everybody goes, "Well, I need all of this stuff." You go, "Wait a minute, you gave us a plan, but it wasn't really a plan." It was a copy of the guy's next door. So yeah, I understand. It's we want to make sure that the product we're giving them, they understand what the product is, just like a turnkey home or a vacant lot or undivided interest. What is this? What does it mean? I want to get you off the list. I want to give this to you, but I want you to understand what it means, what I'm giving to you. So based on that, now we can be comfortable that we've given you something you've asked for, you understand it, and now we move forward. And here's the technical background we're going to help, the training, and so on and so forth. If you lack some of that, but you got to have some, right? You got to have some. So sort of thinking in those lines. Sorry for rambling.
No, I basically that's all I had for now in terms of the presentation.
Julie?
Yes.
Oh, so this is David. I want to offer maybe an alternate view because having been on the Ag Leadership Foundation, when I was in the program, we went out to a number of farms on all of the different islands, and you would be surprised how many immigrants who have nothing and actually are doing farming, are creating a business for themselves. And so, you know, but they join the Farm Bureau, they go talk to the other people that farm, they go figure it out. And so, I don't know that I agree that we have to provide everything for our farmers, because you look at these immigrants that come in. Look at Honomu. When we went up to visit Honomu, there was that Thai immigrant who had leased from our lessee and was farming. He was in production. He had all kinds of crops going on. He was making a living off of that.
The Chinese guy, yeah.
And so I really have a hard time. I think that we have failed our beneficiaries because we created a huge waiting list when we didn't have land for them to get. So that's why they've sat on this list for so long. Had we said we only have 100 lots, that would have been it. We wouldn't have had a waiting list, and maybe people that were interested in farming would still be farming. They would still have the legacy. They'd pass it on. And like Dennis was saying, I mean, in Waimea, we and I say this all the time, our beneficiaries grow grass. It's nice grass, but it's not farming. And so I'm just not sure what the answer is, but I do want to offer that alternative that if people want to farm, there are ways that you can farm. And I really would like to see people, I would like to see successful farmers. So far, we only have Lynn on Molokai, and we have Hudson, and maybe a couple others on the Big Island who are actually doing a commercial, but they're doing a commercial project, making millions of dollars just on whatever small plots of land that they have. But they've capitalized on what they do. They've learned their business, and they've learned how to market it. So I agree that we should have training, but I do think that we have to provide land for people that actually want to farm, that when they do their farm plan, that's really what they're going to do, because I think it provides a lot of opportunities for them. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Randy, and then Russell.
Yeah, so to add to what David is saying, I think it is a good point, because you know, I thought about a visit I did to a farm up here above where we live, Wai'ehu. It was about 2 months ago, and a farmer friend of ours wanted to go get some dragon fruit, but also wanted us to visit this farm. And so when we got there, it was this Filipino couple, and the farm was massive. And so he was explaining to us, I think he said he had about 4,000 dragon fruit plants. He had several markets on Oahu as well as Maui. He's able to unload all of his fruit. What really blew me away, when we were talking, I said, how did you get started? And he said it was YouTube. He watched a YouTube video. He planted a few dragon fruit. Once he figured out, you know, the nuts and bolts, he kept expanding. I think he's only been there like 5 or 6 years, and it's incredible what he was able to do. So I do think there's the idea of wanting to be a farmer and actually having the wherewithal to be a farmer. Mm-hmm. And I don't blame people for, if the opportunity is made available to them to apply for an ag lot. I think many going with good intentions, the dream of having land and working the farm, but they haven't really farmed. And then by the time they get an award, makule already. You know, they probably get a hard time clean their yard already. You know what I mean? So you know, I don't know what the answer is, but I do know there are people, they just have it in their blood, man. They can farm. And if YouTube can generate 4,000 dragon fruit plants, you know, I wish I had a picture of it. I used to. I mean, it's pretty amazing. But anyway, that's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Randy. Russell?
Hi, Julie. So yesterday we had a gentleman present testimony, was Commissioner Ka'apu's classmate. Very compelling about cultivating industrial hemp. And I guess, you know, his hurdle he has to overcome right now is the processing of that product and working that through the state legal system. But assuming that could be done, I guess question for you, are you aware, is anybody else growing industrial hemp on any of the ag lots on the homesteads?
Not that I'm aware of, but I've had people come and talk to me about it. That's what they feel like we should be doing.
There's none here, Kauai.
There's none.
None.
On Kauai.
Not on that I'm aware of, unless it's that illegal stuff back in the woods.
So if somebody like this gentleman was interested in promoting that, could there be a program where homesteaders who want a subsistence lot, really what they want is they want to build their house and have a garden, but if they made the remainder of their lot available for growing of, in this example, industrial hemp, and that product was so they plant it, they grow it, and then there's a co-op of some sort operated by people who are interested, who are going to collectively harvest, process, do whatever is needed on the business side, and share that with all of the subsistence homesteaders. Is that model? Does that work for homestead lots?
If you're talking, it sounds like subleasing, right? Which they used to do. It was perfectly legal on Molokai before.
Third party.
No,
Maybe.
Judy, I'm sorry. I think Russell was talking about maybe like a co-op system where the existing ag lessees would grow the crop, grow the industrial hemp and sell it, to.
Yeah, they malama the crop. The co-op operator might actually have employees who come and harvest and cut it down and then take it to the place where it gets a central location that it gets processed and sold, the market, if you will. But then the homesteader puts in his next crop and he continues to malama and he gets a share of the co-op's take from the operation of the market. Would that model work on the homesteads in your experience or your thinking?
I think that makes sense to me because it's a cooperative thing, and I think our communities rather work as a community. That's what I see. They rather work together and help each other out. I don't know. Glenn's on the line. I don't know if Glenn, you want to chime in. He's our ag expert.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, co-ops do work in the homestead community because, like in the case of Molokai, you have strong interdependence. Everybody willing to help each other. So that's a possibility. The industrial hemp is kind of a wild west market right now. There's a lot of overproduction in other parts of the world. We just had an operation on Molokai just shut down. They were investing, I think, over $4 million. And they harvested the crop, and the crop was too hot. It had too much THC, which is the wrong compound, and they had to shut down. We have a few people doing hemp in Hollywood. Anytime you get into a new crop like this, you don't know where you're going. You're dealing with new pests, you're dealing with a lot of problems. I'm not promoting it. I mean, after they finish with the hemp or marijuana, they get hungry and they gotta eat food.
I did some. This is Dennis. I'm sorry, but I did some checking on hemp, and some of the numbers that the person that was given yesterday, I couldn't get anywhere close to $1 million an acre. And the crop is very sensitive. If you have to have all female seeds. If you have a male seed, it could ruin your crop. And if your THC levels are high, you have to plow it under. Right. So there's been a lot of issues, and right now the market is flooded with CBD oil. So it is a risky venture, I know some folks seem to be doing okay in the mainland, but it is, I couldn't find anything on the internet that got anywhere close to $20,000 an acre.
So my second question wasn't specifically related to hemp. That was just the intro, but it's more on this co-op style of farming. Is that something where you could lessen the burden for a homesteader who wants to malama aina but just doesn't know the business of farming? So you make this cooperative effort available. Could be whatever, ulu, could be papaya, I don't know. But whatever it is, I guess the surface question is that allowed on with the homestead leases?
Yeah, yes, but I think David won. Oh, go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, doing cooperative production is allowed. In Holywood, we have a supply cooperative that brings all the supplies in. Hikio Cooperative was started by homesteaders back in 1976. Without the supplies on the island, farmers would have a very difficult time. They would have to fly to Honolulu and get supplies. So that has served a really good purpose. Another co-op we have on the island is the Slaughterhouse Cooperative, started by the ranchers on the island, of which homesteaders are also actively involved. And this allows us to slaughter animals on the island, and we're actually looking at deer right now to slaughter. So it does work. Cooperatives do work. They have to work together. We have another fledgling cooperative right now, Makakuoha Cooperative, that is trying to get equipment so that we can do fair use equipment, because for every homesteader to spend $50,000 for equipment, and if they're not using it all the time, it really doesn't make any sense. So cooperatives do work. It can be helpful. You have to develop the leadership, and the leadership has to be committed to the cause and not to the individual.
Okay.
David, you want to comment?
Yeah, I've worked with cooperatives on the legal end for a long time, especially in the coffee industry here. And Glenn is correct. There's a lot of good. I mean, if you look at cooperatives on the mainland, there are some huge cooperatives that generate. So you put everything in. You have to have people that can sell the product that work for the co-op. And there's this thing called a revolving fund. So the problem with Kona was that one of the cooperatives that I worked with, they don't pay you until they sell the crop, and then they've deducted all the expenses, and they give you you can buy the fertilizer at a cheaper rate and all of that. But farmers, a lot of times, are chasing price. So if, at the end of the day, you're in a cooperative and you end up getting, 80 cents a pound for your coffee, but somebody's on the road and they're buying it for $1, sometimes, the loyalty just goes out the window because people are chasing 20 cents more a pound, as opposed to saying, hey, we're in this together, so that we can make this a success. So you're right. You need the leadership. You need people to have that cooperative spirit. It can work, and I've seen it work. But there are also issues that farmers tend to be fiercely independent, and if they're chasing price 1 cent more, you sign an agreement, right, that says you're going to bring all of your crop, but somehow then somebody sees your truck over at somebody else's stand. So there are issues, but I think it's a good model, especially for homesteaders, and I would encourage it. Thanks.
Okay, Russell, you feel you got your question answered?
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, guys. We're in the home stretch. Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to make one statement regarding that 35 years of people on the homestead, on the ag leases. The reason for that is that the last time there was a real effort to give out agricultural lots was 1985. That's 35 years ago. And that was part of the acceleration program with Governor Ariyoshi because of the threat of the Arakaki case in unraveling the Hawaiian Homes Act. So the idea was give out the land so they cannot take them away. So that's why I think the numbers are really high. People haven't been on the land for a long time. But in order to farm, there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle that need to be in place. We have a lot of youngsters coming up that have the wherewithal, and I think we need to really invest our time in the young generation, the children, because the reality is when they get these lots and they're 65 years old, they're going to depend on their children and their grandchildren to work that land. And a lot of times we don't look at that part of the equation, and we need to look at it from a family standpoint and getting all the family involved. And I think that's what we try to do on Molokai a lot. When we have classes, we tell them, bring the kids. And some of the kids will come and say, oh, my mommy couldn't come today, so they told me to come. And I think that's really important in terms of getting everybody involved. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. That was good information.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point, Glenn.
Okay, commissioners, any other comments regarding this informational briefing? Okay, if not, then I'm going to thank Julie and Andrew for the hard work that they did.
And Glenn.
Thank you,
And
Julie.
Glenn.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
Glenn,
Julie.
thank you.
Glad.
Thank you, Julie.
Mahalo.
And if there's any commissioners that want to learn how to grow taro or improve their taro growing skills, just Google Glenn Teves, and he's got lots of information out there on how to grow taro. I've been using it, so I want to pass that on.
Thank you.
Mahalo. Okay, that brings us to the end of the agenda. The next meeting is February 16th and 17th, which is a Tuesday and Wednesday again. And I want to mahalo David for sticking in there with us. David, I see a note on the screen to me that says contested case deliberation should only take 5 minutes. So the rest of you commissioners, if you could hang in there with David, that would be must appreciated, as long as you can muster the energy is the note that I'm getting. So
move.
With David.
Second.
David's on his own. I don't know.
Hi, David.
Can I get a motion to adjourn this meeting and then allow David in a minute or two to convene the contested cases?
I want to watch the news.
So move.
Okay, we moved.
Second.
Who seconded?
Oh,
I did. Dennis.
Dennis. Okay. Much mahalo to your energy levels today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Does anyone oppose? Seeing none, the motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Please don't run away because